Yeah. Hello, everyone. Let's see if this is working. It may not be. I don't know. Yep. So far, so good. Man. Oh, our our streaming software updated and did a whole bunch of new changes, and now I'm trying to figure out how it works. So that's where we're at. But anyways, how's everyone doing tonight? Did you have the opportunity to vote if that's what you wanted to do? It's hopping night, and should be hopefully here in a few. Holly will be jumping on, and Katie Adams Anderton should be jumping on, and let's hope that that all goes seamless. Now, Katie she's the Democrat chair for Utah County, or at least she was. But I would like to get her, her thoughts, how she thinks it's going. It's we're looking at a spicy time right now. Duh, duh, duh. Does anyone out there have any thoughts on how they feel things have gone? How do they feel about their vote? How do they feel it went? All that stuff. Leave your comments in here. When Holly gets on, she's got to wait until 8 o'clock when she's done babysitting the poll drop off, I think is what she's doing. But I don't know. Seems like it might be. Feels like this election's a little heavier than the others, and I don't know why. I wonder if, like, I'm trying to remember back to the last one. Did it feel this heavy in the last one? I don't know. You guys let me know how you feel about it, what you think's going on. Let's just try to be nice to each other if we disagree with stuff. I know that's asking a lot. I'm not going to demand it, not going to throw you out. I did vote this year, for those of you who haven't listened to us in a couple weeks. I voted quick and early, and filled out the mailer and dropped it off. Because this year feels heavy to me. It feels heavy because of the messaging I've heard from the Democrat Party leaders and operatives this year. Hillary Clinton, John Kerry, and Kamala Harris herself has all announced heartburn over the First Amendment. And that has me nervous. That has me quite nervous. I've heard around the valley here that we have had long waits in the county voting booths. I don't know yet about Grantsville or Tooele proper. I heard the wait wasn't very long at Stansbury, but we'll have to see. There's already been reports of shenanigans. I guess everything, it seems like, kind of hinges on Pennsylvania. So I don't know. What do you guys think? You're out there listening. Let me know what you think. And yeah, that's it. But it feels heavy. It feels like it's a big deal. The them all talking about the First Amendment like it's an impingement on their rule. Um, doesn't that kind of freak you out? It freaks me out. Just the what kind of rule do you plan on having where the First Amendment is an impingement on that? You know? I mean, yeah. But and then if any of you guys want to jump on, kind of instead of a call in, we'll do a video in. I'll see how many of you guys I can get on. More than happy to uh, entertain people, I guess. Where, yeah, sounds on. All right. But so I'm drinking a margarita flavored something because it's a good night for it. And yeah, man, feels heavy like tomorrow morning. So could this end up being one of those times where 4 years ago we went to bed and it all felt like it was going one way, right? Everyone went to bed and that's where it was. Wasn't I, you went to bed and everyone felt like, we know what's going on. We're there. And then it wasn't. Apparently the Rumble is not working. Don't know why. I'll have to figure that out another day. It's with that update with the streaming software. So we'll deal with that another day. So if you're used to watching us on Rumble, I apologize. I can't accommodate that right now. Yeah. But, you went to bed and everything felt kind of secure. And I'm not saying, it turned out Joe Biden was exactly the wrong choice for those of you who cheered for him. I don't think that Joe Biden may not have been a bad choice. I don't think he ever truly was a good choice. He just had too low a character. Every time he ran for president, he got busted just showing low character with lies and comments and things like that. But I think he would have probably been a better choice, 2008 and what have you back then. But you could see that he was having mental lapses coming into 2020. So here we are in 2024 to lay it out. My thoughts looking from the outside in. He goes in that debate. Everyone who wasn't trying to carry water for him said he's non-functioning. And then he goes into that debate. And just the day before, you had Morning Joe saying he's the smartest and the best he's ever been. He's never seen him that coherent. And then he goes into that debate. And I don't know if Joe Scarborough still has viewers, but if he does, those people are loyal. Those are people that truly, like to their core, will follow that man anywhere. And so kudos to him. But just the, I mean, the whole media apparatus was saying that stuff. And then all of a sudden, everyone turned their back on him. Everyone turned around. Everyone said, you know, gonna 20, what is it, 25th Amendment? Yeah. Uh, I would like to know what the calls behind the scenes were on that one and what it looked like. Oh, and here's Katie right now. Oh,
Hi,
Katie,
how are you? Yeah, can you hear
I
me?
cannot hear you, Katie. Let's see. Let's try this. All right, now talk.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Super.
So, how are you?
Oh, I'm not loving tonight. I've
No,
been
why not?
no,
Tell
I
me.
Utah hasn't closed. For me personally, as a Democrat, I think especially in Utah, I wish we had more emphasis on the importance of local and your state elections versus your presidential. And I think we're really lacking in that. My only prayer right now is like it is gonna help the down ballot for candidates that I've worked closely with.
Some of
Um,
the senators and congress people, state reps, things like that.
yeah, the state reps, because, like we look at things that are happening in Utah, right? And a lot of the things that affect our daily lives, like the president, like that's what I'm struggling with probably the most right now is people just feeling so the presidential election is very important. Don't get me wrong. But I hope that people aren't just twofolded. One, getting so overwhelmed with the heaviness of this presidential, because it is heavy. I'm right there with you. It's awful. I've never have felt this way about a presidential election, and I think some of it's the messaging. I think both parties have realized that fear is an excellent tactic on getting people to the polls. Um,
Well, they've always done that though. I remember back 2020 was the same thing. And I would argue the fear hasn't come from the candidates until yesterday. Really hasn't come from the candidates as much. It's came from the media.
that I could definitely see being a definite factor, as being the media right now has made it more of a fear thing. Um that can take into consideration. I think some of it too, because you're right. Because like even Donald Trump, like the fear things to come out of, he doesn't really. I'm gonna be in trouble for saying this, but he doesn't really directly anything that's like real fearful. He just says things that are kind of ridiculous, right? That you just don't expect. And she hasn't really said anything fearful about him as much, but I think you're right. I think the media and the people they have around them potentially do it a little bit more. Um, you know, but I'm right now it's just kind of what I'm most stressed about is our state races, because I think that is, you have a big governor race right now that's ongoing, which is been hotly contested with Phil Lyman. And then you have, that whole situation and Cox getting in trouble because of some of the donations that he's gotten. Then you have Brian King, who's a Democrat, and that's that's his scarlet letter a little bit, as much as I personally like Brian King. Um, but some of these down ballot races in our state are more important than the presidential, in my opinion.
I definitely agree with you. 100%. The stuff that, I mean, your county race and your city race, I think, is the most important races to you. Although, um, I will say the Democrats did not do themselves any favors this go round by way of Hillary Clinton, John Kerry, and Kamala Harris, and their comments on how the First Amendment gets in their way of achieving the government they want.
Yeah, and I haven't really read much about that. Do you have any insight on that?
Um, Hillary Clinton said it on a panel talk. John Kerry said it at the World Economic Forum, and I want to say Kamala Harris said it during an interview.
Okay.
And that concerns me where, look, I'm a free speech absolutist. I want
Mhm.
you, if you have a message that's going to hurt my feelings, I want you to let it out. I want to debate it. I want to consider it. I want to think about it. I want to chew on it. And, oh man, just them saying that it gets in the way of them having the government they want. I don't want to be a subject. I don't want to be stifled in the most basic of natural rights.
Mhm.
I mean, that natural right carries no inherent violence. It carries no inherent harm, not like the Second Amendment, which is basically, let's admit it, that's what I vote on.
And a lot of people do. You're not alone in
I'm not kidding.
that is a huge concern for people is the Second Amendment, especially in the state of Utah and all across the country. Um, See, I would be so curious to know the context of what they were saying and like why they're saying the way that they are. Cause like that's what intrigues me the most, right? Is the why behind what you're saying. Because I'm with you. Like I think having the ability to say free speech is really important. I think sometimes I think people get confused of what free speech is. You know what I mean? Free speech is the government can't say anything, can't pressure you or persecute you based on what you say. It's not though if I say something really terrible and my mother reprimands me, I can't go, I have freedom of speech.
Or if
My
I say
mother,
something bad and you kick me out of your establishment,
right,
that is completely up and up. I do think you
right.
get into a gray area when comes to the internet and different things online, and we need to. That's an adjudication where we need to say, is this our community square? And we need to come up with cultural norms around that.
Hmm.
If it's not our community square and it's going to be a biased entity, okay, that's fine. But then a couple questions. Does the Sherman Act need to be applied to it?
Yeah. I think
Whereas monopoly laws, where if a startup comes along and Google goes and buys that, are we bumping into a Sherman Act where you're taking the voice away from the voiceless?
right. And I think
And
we're
then the
having
government, well, no, go on.
no, I was just gonna say, and I think we're having a lot of that right now where monopolies are have taken a huge advantage of things. Like you look at some of our social media, right? It's owned by just a handful of companies and organizations. You even look at streaming services, right? The joke is Disney owns everything, and
The
it's
evil
a harsh
empire.
reality, you know.
They
Um,
need a Luke Skywalker to go in there and blow it up.
I mean, I wouldn't say that, but that's the problem is that and I think right now, I work in tech. Um, and I see a lot where our legislation is not up to date with some of our current technology. Like take AI. AI right now is a really controversial thing. And there's a mother, and I don't remember what state she's in. She's trying to pass legislation because her child unalived themselves because of an AI system. The child had gone to an AI system to have basically a friend, and the AI talked them into doing this. And the mother wants to create legislation around it. Well,
Oh,
some of it's that conversation of, well,
hold on. How did the AI talk them into it?
I think they were 14, and I think that what happened was it was like the child made a suggestion about them considering to do it, and the AI was like, "Yeah, you should. I'm so supportive of you." You know what I
Did
mean? It
did
just
the did the child make a suggestion like in a roundabout way?
yes.
And so the AI just
Yeah. And so it becomes that thing, right? Where it's like we have kids dying because of some of these conversations and these speeches that they're having, and so we have to take into consideration some of
how
that.
do you legislate that?
I don't know. And that's I'm not smart enough to know.
Because well, let's face it, AI is the next frontier.
Yes.
If the US does not embrace it in whatever aspect, another country will.
Hmm.
And pretty soon we're going to be that backwater saying, please, can you send us some corn?
Right. I think you have a lot of like that. There's a lot of truth in that statement. Like in my industry, we're looking at how do we handle AI? You know what I mean? Because it's a huge problem, and that's the thing is with speech and things like that is like how do you maintain it? Like some people that might be an argument legally is freedom of speech, and the government can't prosecute, and there's just all kinds of weird legal theories out there right now. But a lot of it, when I hear someone say, back to your point of them saying these things, it's like there are some things, freedom of speech, where I think we have to be very mindful of, and my biggest concern is bullying of young individuals, and how do we ensure that that's not happening?
That's a tough one. I've been spitballing on that for a while. has has our Here's a question. Do you think maybe like it seems to happen a lot in once there's a size of school that gets beyond X,
Hmm.
bullying seems to happen a lot. And I wonder if we could, well, I think our school systems needs to be redrawn anyway, but maybe this is something to embark on is schools need to be smaller. They need to be more intimate for the students. We need to take money away from the administration side and give it to the faculty and facilities side.
Well, that's a big debate right now happening in Utah County is these Prop 11 and Prop 14, which is to divide up Alpine School District.
Yeah.
And we, as the Utah County Democratic Party, endorsed it to people's being very upset. And some of it, my logic behind it was some of that was you can't have a school the size of Alpine trying to ensure kids on the west side who are getting very little resources get the help and security that they need, and even buildings, you know.
Would
Um,
that take away from the funds received by the children on the west side?
it would potentially, the argument is potentially it would take away from the funds on the east side, not so much the west, because the west is what's
Oh,
building. I might have mixed that, but that's definitely the curiosity thing right now with schools is, you have a school like Alpine that very obviously can't support all of its students, and it's like, well, how do you do that? And one of the arguments is splitting it and making it smaller so that they can, you know.
well, and they always seem to build these big cathedrals that are at max capacity the minute they cut the tape.
Yeah.
What if schools, like my idea, and I catch flack for this all the time, I think we need to make schools smaller, four-room structure, and make them smaller. And people are like, well, how are they going to have sports? I don't know if they combine sports teams and do them at a county rec or however
Mhm.
they do it. But I think that what if, let's just ponder this. What if they had a school that was held in a 4 or 5 room structure that a whole class went together? All of the fifth grade went to one class. They didn't have any bowling from up. They didn't have bowling from down. We stripped some of the administration. Seriously, we need to strip the administrative costs of our education system. When
Yeah.
this country collapses on the grave, it's going to say this country died from the administrative costs of school, hospitals, everything else. That's what it's going to say.
I
And
don't disagree.
and it's killing us. The bureaucracy is killing us. Our federal bureaucracy, our state, our county, the bureaucracy is what is killing us.
And I will say for like schools, you have, who is it? Is it Park City? They get paid like one of the highest in the nation. Like their administrator, what is it, superintendent? You know what I mean? And it's like, why? Like, and they're best of my knowledge, they're also gifted a home to stay in that the school owns. And so it's like, okay, but why? you know?
Yeah. Ours out here in Tooele, after base pay plus reimbursements, is 375 a year on a paper that got leaked. That's ridiculous.
Absolutely.
And then the teachers are screaming for help and financial help. We can't get books into the school,
Yep.
but we're dumping, heavy 6 digits on a superintendent.
Right. And that's the hardest thing, is that you look at just some of these administrative costs, and this was a big reason why people don't support Prop 11 and Prop 14, is because they feel like with creating additional school districts, there'll be more additional overhead of administrative costs. But I think it has to come to the question of, why are we paying administratives so much? You
And
know what I
why
mean?
do most of those positions even exist?
Right. Because like, your teacher should not have to be figuring out how to fund their classroom plus pay their mortgage. You know what I mean? Like, that's ridiculous. And it makes me so sad that like things like GoFundMe and stuff like this, because no one should have to GoFundMe for classroom supplies. That should be given.
A
You know what I
hundred
mean?
percent.
No one should have to GoFundMe for medical costs, and it's just mind boggling.
100%. I agree with you. I mean, here's a knock on I've got to hit the Democrat Party on this.
I might be the worst defender, though.
A large lump of this administrative cost came in with this new DEI implementation over the last, 4 years was heavy, but under Obama, it really started in. And
So
that's for your colleges as well. Drove the price of college up too.
I would disagree. My reason being is twofolded. Because my mom works in the medical system. My mom worked in the school system. One, I think some of the problem is that we pay teachers more in some states, like Pennsylvania, if they get more education. So, of course, you're having these administratives go for their doctorates. You know what I mean? And this was happening in the 90s. You know what I mean? This was happening
Mm-hmm.
way before DEI and stuff like that. And so we were paying these teachers more because they had more education.
Yeah, of
Um,
course. They can offer more services to the school district.
right. But but is that true? Do you know what I mean? Like, for some positions in this world, they say you need to have a bachelor's, but then it's like, but if you have a bachelor's of art, that's fine. Like, are these
Well,
genuinely?
then you've got to go through I think in Utah you've got to get a teacher's certificate unless you're in a charter school,
Yeah, I believe you're correct.
which is another however long of higher education. But what I'm talking is administrators that don't teach. Like the DEI departments, they don't teach. They're just a regulatory scam.
Yeah, and see, in my high school back east in Pennsylvania, we didn't have DEI
But I
in school.
guarantee in your district you did.
I can say for certainty we did not.
You sure?
Yeah,
And when was this? When did you graduate?
2012.
2012. Okay.
Yeah. I can say for certainty because I grew up in a very rare red area, for one. And then for two, if there was a DEI, we would have had a lot more inclusion and diversity. We did not have,
No, it's a scam. They
we
don't
didn't
do
have,
anything. It's literally a scam. I'll bet we have one here in Tooele.
yeah.
And Tooele's very red.
Oh, Utah just closed.
Oh, what are we looking at?
I don't know. Kind
Let's see. Where do I go to find this Utah election map?
I'm looking at Salt Lake because I'm bad, but sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good. This is good stuff to go through.
Who do you think's gonna win Senate?
Oh, that's a good question. Okay, so why is the election map here not showing me anything?
I also love that there was someone on the ballot called Lucifer this time around.
Yeah, what was up with that?
The guy had changed his name in 2022. I believe it was like one of those like I don't like Biden and I don't like Trump. And so it was kind of like a protest almost.
Oh, well, like what did he run under?
He
I
ran
mean,
as
like, was he?
unaffiliated.
Yeah, I mean, how much does it cost to run for president?
So it varies because sometimes you have to pay the state party a fee to run under their banner. I think for unaffiliated it's $5,000. So this guy put up $5,000. He was only registered in our state.
Did you ever meet him? Do you know who this
No,
guy
I
is?
never met him.
I
I
want to
believe he lived
chat
in
with him.
Orem. Yeah, I believe he lives in Orem, is my understanding.
I want to chat with this guy. Okay, so here's what we're looking at. It's not showing us much on the map yet.
Yeah, nothing yet.
Lucifer Everylove. I wish I could see how many votes they got.
We will shortly. The race to watch in the state's going to be the attorney general
Yep.
because Derek Brown's kind of been hit with some scandals. The Democrat Rudy, he's been framed of not doing any campaigning, and I won't disagree with it. And then you have Michelle Quist, who is running as an UNO with the United Utah Party, and she's done a ton of campaigning and fundraising.
Yeah, we had her on the show. I really liked her a lot. She was
I voted for her. Like full disclosure, like I really liked Michelle Quist.
I liked her too. She was a good chat.
Yeah.
So here's what we got. 2 minutes ago, Clyburn in SC6, New York 26. So that's South Carolina. Why is it showing me all that?
You might be with
Curtis wins our
John
Senate
Curtis.
seat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trump wins the 6 electoral votes from Utah. Montana. But
Montana's
the Utah map, let's see.
There's also the election, like there's a 2024 general election that the state like hosts website, and it's really good. So that's what I'm looking at. I think
2024 election information by utah.gov.
yeah, election results.utah.gov. Because I think John Curtis winning, I'm not surprised. And also, I'm really excited to see the data of that race for Utah County because, like, I'm the chair of the Utah County Dems, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it's like looking at data. But, like, some of it is like, it'll be interesting to compare John Curtis to like Kamala Harris. Because when Biden ran in 2020, we had Provo like blue. Provo was very blue. And some other parts like Orem too, because of the college area. But John Curtis is just so beloved by Utah County people that you just like, he used to be me. Like John Curtis used to be the county chair of the Democratic Party.
What do you think? So, do you think he pulled Utah County red?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Okay. I wonder. Yeah, this is. Why can't they update this?
They might have to wait.
Mm.
It has to
So,
after all voters in line before 8 p.m. have cast their vote. So we might be a minute because the hard thing right now is so Utah County has had complaints today of basically like backed up lines. They've run out of ballots. I think and Davidson, the county clerk, has been accused of some things, but
really?
just not being prepared,
Okay.
for this. Being prepared for the race. And so there was a couple news outlets reporting that they had to go and get like additional ballots, but it'll be interesting. I wish we did not have to wait, throughout the state for all the results for everyone, but we'll see.
So, what are your thoughts on some of the reports? So you're from Pennsylvania. You're from the hot area, the hot zone.
Yeah, I grew up on the border of Pennsylvania and Ohio.
So what do you think of that race going on there and the different shenanigans we've heard about?
I think it's really hard because I think when we look at the top leaders, right, it's very easy to admit and just think, well, Shapiro, he's the one that's controlling the election and there's shenanigans afoot. But like there's a lot of Republicans that are elected um throughout the state. Like our clerk is a Republican, you know what I mean? And so that's the hardest thing for me. Um, I'm hopeful that it's just like bad faith actors trying to cause problems in some sense. You know, I mean, we've had it in today in Georgia where there was bomb threats. We had it in Pennsylvania as well. We've actually had clerks threatened, you know, and so like it's a very nerve-wracking time. My hope is though is that there's nothing real there, you know, and people still feel comfortable going to vote.
Yeah, it's tough. And that's probably why. I mean, it's a snake eating its own tail. Everyone is freaking out about the election, which causes them to overreact, which causes the election freak out to spread, which
Yeah.
causes more people to overreact. And I often wonder, I need to dig into it more and read more in detail what the election was like, you know, prior to Lincoln winning or prior to Jackson winning, when we had those kind of big boisterous moments.
Well, we didn't have as much media. Like this 24-hour media cycle was probably our death. You know what I mean? Because it's like today, right? Like I was working and I listened to a little bit of the news, right? With it being election day and just kind of keeping up track of it. But like, you know, if we just had like if we didn't have this like, oh, now this many votes are in at this second. Could you imagine just like waking up the next day and it just being in the paper and them saying so and so has won the election? You know what I mean? It was a different time.
Yes, it was.
I don't know.
It was, but I don't know. So right now, I'm looking at the Bing election results. It has Harris at 99 and Trump at 198.
Yeah.
So is that nationally?
Well, it depends too on who you're looking at. You know, I mean, CNN has different numbers. It depends, you know, who's calling what. And that's the other really hard thing is like who is the leading force of you know, who's the deciding person? There's not really anyone that is.
Oh, so 48.5 of it. I'm looking at Pennsylvania now
Yeah.
because that seems to be the big battleground. And it is close. I mean, it's within, we got 1,718,240 for Trump and 655,745 for Kamala. Some people actually voted for Chase and Jill. Good on them. So what do you know about Union County in Pennsylvania?
Gotta look to see where it is.
It's kind of in the middle. Pennsylvania's got some weird looking counties.
We do. I swear to God, though, if I never get a phone call ever, oh, it's by Milton. If I never get a phone call again about, I keep getting like phone calls about Pennsylvania and voting. Okay, yeah, it's right. That's a really red rural area.
Okay. What about Cameron County? It's
Also
just
red.
north and west of it.
Yeah, also
I
red.
imagine it's red because of its surrounding counties.
Yeah, it's red too.
Okay. But then you've got Blair County sits right next to a blue county and then has red counties all around it.
Blair. We have to remember some of it's college town
Yeah.
because like some of the colleges are in
Ooh.
the middle. If you're
Uh,
looking in the middle of the state college is there, and that's probably what you're seeing is some of the state college kids.
okay. Donald Trump took Blair pro 75%. We've still got Cameron and Union open. Hey, let's have a look at Arizona. That'll be a fun look. Arizona seems to have. Oh, so Arizona, you have Maricopa County and Consino County. Those have gone blue. But then you've got Yavapai County and Pinal County, and those have gone red. And that is super close. We're talking within 11,000 votes of each other. So that could, wow.
The presidential race is going to be one to watch in Arizona.
Yeah.
Just because like the DNC has put a ton of money there, those types of things.
The Georgia race is pretty close. I mean, within 200,000 votes.
So is Carolina, it looks like.
Oh, which one, north or south?
North. South's already been called.
Oh, really? What did South call?
Trump, which was
Trump?
expected. Yeah.
Yeah, North Carolina is close. They're within, what are we looking at here? 800,000 votes?
Mm-hmm. Because, like, that's the thing is, like, you look at, like, the demographics, right? Like, Kamala hits a lot of demographic of voters in these areas, like, being a Black woman. And a Black woman is the backbone of the Democratic Party. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the thing is, like, when, different times in Democratic history, like, when Black women come out and vote, they, their candidate wins. And it's just like, man, you just pray and hope that it's enough. But I think the turnout of this election is just so drastically different than probably what we've ever seen.
Can I ask you a tough question?
Always.
And I'm not doing this as it is a hard question, but it seems like the Democrat Party has, over the last few years, have done everything they can to demonize and hate white men.
I have actually had this conversation and thought about this a lot because my brother-in-law he kind of has said the same thing, and I've thought about it. And I think what has happened, it's very similar to like how we treat labor and like union people. Is like union people have gone to Republicans, and I think some of it's just because of like the messaging we have. And I think right now, I think we've had a really failed and missed opportunity to have a space, a little bit better of a space for these individuals to come in with questions. Because I think that's the biggest problem is like white males come in with questions, genuine questions, and they get shut down or, how do you say that? Like punished, in some way. And they have just a genuine question. Right. And so some of it is like, I just think we need to have a better dialogue with these groups of individuals. And we just haven't.
Yeah. I can't point at any exact thing, but it feels like up until it's time to run, white men are kind of demonized by the Democrat establishment and the Democrat youth.
Well, I think we need to do better as Democrats is to have young white men leaders in the community that are Democrats speaking to these communities, because right now you look at the other side, Republicans and others, is like they have individuals for these young white men to look up to, your Joe Rogans or whatever, take your pick. And we just haven't done a very good job about filling that need and that void, you
There
know?
is that, yeah. But do you think, like, okay, so young men have on average, a kind of desire out of life. And that's masculinity and that's those things. And it seems like the Democrat Party frowns on all those things and goes so far as to demonize those things.
Yeah, and
Is that ingrained? Is that something that's ingrained in the current iteration of the Democrat Party? Or is that something you think that the Democrat Party is going to have a come to Jesus moment over the next couple of years?
I think they have to have a come to Jesus moment, nationwide, especially because, and I think a lot of it is just kind of like, I don't know. I think we're leaving a group of individuals behind that we shouldn't be leaving behind, and yeah, I do think it's going to have to become a coming to Jesus moment, especially as we see voting in certain areas and states. Like, look at Utah, right? Utah is going to, unless the Democratic Party of Utah can make it more friendly somewhat to straight white males, straight white young males, it's going to be a problem. Now, we have a little bit of the flair of the LDS church, which has made things very interesting. Um, because, I think that demographic's a little bit different than your typical um, young white males across the country, and in a lot of ways for good. I think they have a lot more compassion than others, but it's very interesting.
Yeah, just from an outside looking in perspective, all the messaging coming out of, and I shouldn't say the party in whole, it's just people who espouse the party. The
Mhm.
messaging has been um, like, take a young white man, like you grew up in a blue collar, rough,
Yeah.
and any young male family member of yours would have been screamed at any point in time saying, "Oh, shut up, you've got all this privilege." They grew up poor and they're like, "What
Right.
privilege?"
Right. And I think that's sometimes the hard thing is that I think and this is kind of my belief, okay? I think my mother used to have a saying that, like, the squeakiest wheel got the oil. And I think there's a lot of truth in that because we look at things like these certain, like, things that are going on with, like, privilege, right? Privilege is a great example where people are like, "Oh, you have privilege." And it's like, if you knew some of the life hoods that some of these individuals had, I don't think you would say that aloud. You know what I mean? Like, myself, my dad has, been through some things in his life, and he worked in a steel mill, and so things were really hard. But yeah, no, I definitely can see that, but I think a lot of it's the squeaky wheel gets the oil, and then I think it turns off a lot of individuals of being a part of it.
That does, yeah. Hey, no, I completely agree with you. Um, I just feel like I don't know. It feels. I've mentioned this here on the show right now today. Um, Young white men have been left behind by our culture. There are no there's no aid out there if you're a young white man. There's nothing. You essentially have to take care of yourself. And I'm not ungrateful for that because that's making a group that is going to become more self-sufficient, and they're going to be the leaders that we're going to need in 30 years.
What kind of aid do you think of when you say stuff like that?
Well, Any.
Yeah.
Name it. College grants. There's college grants that specifically target every other demographic. There are zero.
Yeah, and my thought is like I struggle with that because even for things like there are there's college things for different types of white, right? Like if you're Scottish or German, you know what I mean? You know, for college education, is it necessarily like a blanket white? You know, probably not.
It
You
there.
know, but like there are.
I have seen. I haven't seen any for the specifically German or Scottish. I mean, unless they're actually immigrants from German and Scotland, like first generation. But I haven't seen anything for that. But there's, and I'm not saying that that needs to be something that happens. I'm
Mhm.
just saying it's kind of weird that as a nation, we have demanded a set of civil liberties and civil actions and failed to live up to that. And right now, if I went onto a college campus and screamed about this, I'd be run off campus. I would need to
Possibly.
check my
Depends on
privilege.
yeah, it depends on the campus.
Well, there
Yeah,
might be one campus in the US that I could get away with it.
I can think of a
I mean,
few.
BYU would run me
Liberty,
off.
BYU probably on the right day. No, and for me it's just like you think about these things, right? Where like what does privilege mean? And it's like, you know, is it for the side that feels very strongly about it? Like I do think people I do think people do come from privilege. You know what I mean? And I don't think there's any wrong in saying, "Hey, trust fund child. You come from privilege. You can never understand what it is like to be on this side of the fence."
Sure.
Um,
Sure. And you know who that'll never be said to? Barack Obama's daughters, Will Smith's child. You see
oh,
what I'm
and
saying?
yeah, and that's definitely a thing that like but I think but like even with that, like I agree with you because like you see like Obama did an interview this past week about how one of his daughters didn't use her last name on her movie that she just did. She just did her first name. And I think some of it is she doesn't want to be associated to that privilege. You know what I mean? Which I thought was actually commendable a little bit, you know. But yeah, there's
But
different
did
types of
that
stuff.
name carry her to the production side of making that movie and then she just left it out on the advertising side?
And it's very possible.
And
And
I'm
like
not
that's
trying to knock them. I'm not.
yeah.
See, the thing is I argue this from a point of, I guess, pointing out hypocrisy because
Yeah.
I'm not asking for anything. I don't, and I know this is a hard thing to say to young white men, but I, we need a group that's going to walk through the fire and come out on the other side. And they may come out worse off. They may come out and be just monsters, but I'm hoping they come out being more self sufficient.
I just not only self-sufficient, but maybe like even just like compassionate to themselves and like to those around them that I think have struggled at times. You know what I mean? Because I think a lot of the times, you know, depending on maybe there's someone that grew up in an upper middle class family, right? And they don't feel like they have support, which I don't think anyone should feel like that. But if they leave that learning sphere, so to speak, and they have more compassionate for the person next to them that also struggled, I think that's important too, you know?
No, what I'm saying is I want it more so. We've chatted before. You recognize that I think the evilest thing on earth is the government.
Yeah.
I think it's the largest corrupter on earth. I mean, let's face it, Epstein, I guarantee they're not releasing his list of names because of the ramifications it would have in our government.
Not just ours.
Sure,
I think
but
others too.
but they're specifically not releasing it because of the ramifications in our government. I think our bureaucracy is going to kill us. Our nation is headed for its great demise, and it's because of our bureaucracy. It's because our overregulation. There's been study after study on what regulations do to countries. Do you know why India is not a first world power? Because they're overregulated. That's 100%. Same with the Middle East. They're overregulated by the religious side. And you can never achieve anything. It stifles innovation. It's been studied, and everyone has come back with the same answer that studies it.
Well, it was like I'm fairly young, and like I saw photos of Iran in the 70s, and it wasn't the Iran that like in my head I would recognize. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because of some of the religious
Yeah,
changes
thank
there.
you. Thank you, Kermit Roosevelt.
And some of it is like we as a country mess in things in other countries when we just should leave them alone. You know what I
You're,
mean? Like
you're getting no argument from me.
like you look at some southern Latin countries, right? Southern America countries. And a lot of some of their messes because we sped up some of the things there.
Well,
And
okay, you are correct, but every nation that has been built that is a descendant of the Iberian Peninsula went through this, goes through this continuously, and regardless of whether we're there or not, I think that's a hand me down from the way they were handled by their imperial masters when they were being colonized.
yeah, and I think colonization could say for a lot of things because you look even at like different things that England colonized and like how the countries have fend after they've separated from England or not. You know what I mean? But
England colonization, I wouldn't argue that. I would say, how's India doing compared to where they were?
are you saying compared to where they were underneath England's rule?
Before England got there.
Yeah. And see, I think of more of like your Bahamas, or not Bahamas, Barbados, those kind of Jamaica, those kind of countries. But India, yeah, I'm not real sure how India was doing before. The hard thing
Well,
with
I'll tell
India
you
is that
one thing. Oh,
everyone
go
wanted
on.
to conquer India. Like India was like a very prized, you know, land that like a lot of countries did want too. So
Do you know why?
spice,
Pepper.
yeah, spice, pepper.
For pepper. That India, God, I wish I remembered his name off the top of my head. Okay, so the first Lord Governor of India from the East India Company, actually, I think it was even before the East India Company, it was England proper. He's down there, and one of their lords, semi lords, senator type guy, his wife died.
Mm.
And India had a practice that when his husband or the husband died, the guy died, and India had a practice that when the husband died, the wife got thrown on the funeral pyre. And
I
this
think you told me
guy,
about this.
and this guy said, the people were going to throw him on there, and he said, no, you can't do that. Don't do that. That's awful. It was abhorrent. And they said, don't mess with our customs. He said, fine. I will have a gallows built by tomorrow because in my customs, murder, you get hung. And that's when they quit throwing their wives on the funeral pyre.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
So
you told me that story.
England was England would come in and they would establish a, a governorship, but they would try to educate and bring up and teach the indigenous people so that they could manage as much of that governorship as they could. And they usually, almost every time, left behind a competent area. And that's why everywhere that England colonized seems to have thrived. The Iberian Peninsula, we got to remember, they had just come out of throwing the Moors off the Iberian Peninsula. They just conquered the Muslims there. And
Yeah,
so
that's my dad's.
they were they were super warlike.
Yeah.
And that's why I've often wondered what would it have been like had the Spaniards not just conquered the Muslims and kicked them off their peninsula and then met the South Americans. They
Well,
were
some of
very
it too.
religious. What's that?
Well, some of it too is like you had what was their name? Isabel and Ferdinand that were just kind of like kill, conquer, and like keep going. And like I read somewhere about how like there's different types of rulers, obviously, but like your conquering ruler isn't really a good governing ruler, right? And a good like people ruler. And like it's kind of how like what you're saying with Spain, it's kind of feels like that was kind of their problem, was that they're great at conquering, just not very good at ruling and governing.
Well, yeah, 100. Well, and it depends on what they have to do to conquer. Now, say like Charlemagne was a conquering ruler, and he did pretty good. Um,
To the
uh,
records that we have now.
Clovis, his father, now that was the conqueror. Yeah, he was awful. But so it's give and take. It depends on the culture. But when they fought the Moors off, one, they became more religious and fell into it, and that's kind of where the Inquisitions came from.
Yeah.
But they fell into it very hard. And then when all those guys that went out, all the conquistadors were veterans of uh, winning back the Iberian Peninsula. So they had been hard at war. And so it'd be like, taking a whole bunch of, I don't know, Russian veterans from their jaunt into Afghanistan and then setting them up to try to, manage a small island of indigenous people. It had turned out pretty much the same way because it was just brutal. But, and then the way they governed it was because they'd become ultra religious. They didn't elevate any of the indigenous people into any positions, didn't educate them into any positions of leadership. They kept some in position, like they kept around different kings and emperors and princes as golden hostages, but they didn't educate them to make it so that they could take on any of the responsibilities.
No, and I think some of that was on purpose.
Well, it was. They were
Yeah.
extremely racist and
Yeah. Cuz
yeah.
cuz that's the hard thing. You look at like the indigenous communities, here in the United States, Canada, and like even in Mexico and that. Like I read a book about, I think it was Mexico, and like how even like, because when I think of Mexico, I didn't really understand like how there was racism like they had it too, as much as like somewhat we do here in the United States. And to read about how like the unfair treatment of some of the more indigenous communities, and it's like I don't understand how you could do that, but mental gymnastics, you do. But it's just so interesting to me that like they were just such at how do you say that, like a unfortunate level or a disadvantage when you have these people coming in, and some of it was technology that they had.
Yeah. Yeah, technology, governing technology. That's not to say that there weren't things that the indigenous people did that were shocking. I mean, imagine being a priest coming over in, 1509 and witnessing the Aztecs ceremonies at the temple where they sacrifice 15,000 prisoners and eat their hearts and
Yeah, that definitely would be very jarring. I think for a lot of people, you even read about things today and you're just like, wow, if you take that perspective, like someone had to see that. Like someone from some outside culture saw that and was like, oh my goodness, what did I just witness?
yeah,
Um,
imagine that,
no, I cannot imagine because it's even like Vikings, like the spread eagle, right? And like it
the
was written,
blood eagle.
the blood eagle, thank you. And it's like when someone wrote about that, it was just jarring, or like their funeral rites. Like I read something lately about like a priest, or no, was it a priest or someone from Asia that was there, or the Middle East, somewhere like that. And they were writing about how like the process of like a virgin, she went through and like did some things with some guys during the ceremony, and then like they killed her and like a horse and like buried them all together, and like this individual who was writing it was just like appalled, you know.
Uh, he was a Muslim
Thank you, you've read this. I'm
who
not
witnessed,
surprised.
I forget his name, Ibn something.
Something like that. I read that and I was really surprised.
What is his name? He
It was
wrote
a really interesting read.
Ibn Fadlan.
Yeah,
Yes.
it was a
Is
really
that
good
right?
read.
Yeah, it's interesting. He wrote about it and he was kind of shocked by it. And what they, mm, we don't need to go into what they do. They didn't bury them together. Let's just say they all died on a boat. And if I remember, there were a handful of young maiden slaves and a
Yes,
priestess and a little
but
bit
how
of
he
the.
but how he wrote about the slaves was like, it was like a high level of like, you think about these like slaves and you're like, wow, they must have been absolutely not for this, and he's writing as like this was like an honor for them,
Oh, yeah, they were all volunteers.
right?
They were
And it's
tributes.
right, and you're just like, and could you imagine that being that gentleman at that time and seeing what you see as slaves, and you have these young women who are volunteering to go through this process for a belief system.
Yeah. How wild is that, right? How religion can make you do crazy stuff. I mean, think about it as in a religion in, say, the 1940s that caused you to fly airplanes into boats.
Right. Or even, the different types of, what was the, I don't remember, but yeah, it's definitely the idea of like people, what faith makes you do or
Yeah.
not do, it's just so fascinating.
Well, we've got it today with suicide bombers.
Yeah.
Those people are at their core very religious.
Well, and it's just it's sad because I read a lot about Islam because I had a coworker who was Islamic and I had lots of questions. And I read the Quran, and I think for myself, suicide bombers are related to Islam. It's just sad because like I don't think that's at all the purpose. You know what I mean? And I think it's like one of those things that people take things out of context or whatever for their own goals. And I think that's how we flip religion, you know.
Yeah. No, you're not getting any argument out of me.
Yeah. I have a big problem with that because I'm not religious. Uh but my sister is, and we have lots of chats about faith, and it's very funny.
Yeah, I look, it is an interesting thing that some religions do that. And I don't think in the Quran it specifically mentions doing that. Um, Wyoming isn't in yet. They've only got to count like, oh, I know they've only got to count like what 100 different ballots, but ballots have to travel a long way to be counted.
And they're probably by horse.
Horse or sheep.
Yeah, Pony Express, live and well.
What do you think? Let me ask you this. This is an interesting thought. What do
Hmm.
you think about it seems like over the last I would say over the last since probably 2004 the wealthy people have gone towards the Democrats.
Oh,
Where the Democrats used to, I don't know, it just seems like that is now
it's
where the
it's
wealthy go.
it's very interesting you say that because I was talking to someone the other day about Hollywood, and they said to me, if people knew the truth about Hollywood, just as an example of wealthy people, they would be shocked to know that their favorite actors aren't as democratic as they say they are.
Oh, I'm sure a lot of people. Well, Hollywood's been red for a long time. I mean, you remember why Ronald Reagan got into politics.
Right, right.
Um,
I
I mean,
think
Hollywood, you got the Venona papers or the
right.
Venona telegrams or whatever. I mean, that was specifically echelons in Hollywood writing back and forth to Moscow about different initiatives to get the country to go communist.
Well, and I think too, you have like the Mark Cubans, right? Mark Cuban is a staunch independent. He's like a billionaire I can think of. But he's been very vocal about supporting Hillary or not Hillary Clinton, God. Wrong year.
Also Hillary Clinton
He did, but
and
not
also
as
Joe Biden.
but he didn't support them as strongly as Kamala Harris. And the reason why I think he supported them more stronger is because he knows Donald Trump on a personal level. And I don't think they get along on a personal level.
It could be. That could be 100%.
And I think that's why more wealthy individuals, I think you're very wealthy, might have more potential connections to Donald Trump or understand some of the things he talks about and have personal experience with it versus to those of us that just don't have that financial background. That wouldn't surprise me. Um, but I think a lot of it too is social issues. I think people are more worried about social issues than economic issues at this moment, unless you listen to CNN today and it seems like the economy was on everyone's forefront, but maybe for a billionaire it's not as much because they or a millionaire because they have the money and they don't have to worry about it as much.
So who do you think's got the better economic message?
Kamala Harris.
Tell me about that.
I think Kamala Harris has the better economic message because when you ask Donald Trump what is his economic plans, there's not really like a well diverse plan, right? It is, I'm going to get the best people involved. And that's terrifying for me as for someone because he had the best people involved in his first round as president. And none of them, a large portion of them, I shouldn't say none of them, a large portion of them won't endorse him, support him. And so that makes me nervous. And he fired them religiously. So that makes me very nervous. The other thing about Kamala Harris's plan versus Donald Trump is I think you have to look at some of the minor things, right? Like Donald Trump's real big on this mass deportation, right? And that makes me nervous for two reasons for the economy. One is with mass deportation, it's very expensive to do it. It's going to cost us, billions of dollars to do it. Secondly, with the economy, with mass deportation, A lot of these immigrants that we have in this country are the ones that are responsible for housing. They're the ones that are building our houses. And so I think that's going to be problematic for the economy as well. And so that was kind of how I looked at things, was just some of his plans that he has. Things like mass deportation is problematic because of how bad it will affect the economy.
I'm trying to find it. I read somewhere that they looked at all the jobs that the Biden administration that was created under the Biden administration.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a huge job loss due to COVID.
But that was to be expected.
Yes, but all the job gains went towards asylum seekers. So U.S. citizens got left behind on that.
Yeah,
which is why the unions are not coming out on the side of the Democrats right now.
No, and I would be curious to see that. And I think the union thing, man, the union guys, they are there's a lot going on there. You know what I mean? Like, just even past that, why they're not coming out for Democrats. Texas just said Ted Cruz won, which actually is really surprising. Sorry.
Yeah, that's no, nothing. That's what we're here to talk about.
Ted Cruz won.
I don't know. I've said this for a while, and I think this can't be. I can't go without saying this.
Yeah.
I think Trump needs to be thankful that he lost in 2020. Because coming out of COVID, there's no way that you could inflate that much of the economy or inflate the money like they did. There's no way that you can shut down so many businesses and not have a huge dip in the economy. And the Democrats are taking heat for that. They're earning that right now. And I'm going to say the Democrats didn't do themselves any favors. Not at all. From my position, the Democrats want to overregulate. And so just to put this in perspective, when you overregulate, I'm a small business owner.
Mm-hmm.
So overregulation is when I want to do anything, I've got to go to 5 different bureaucracies to make that happen.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I have to pay 5 different bureaucracies. And that is what regulation means when the tip of the spear touches flesh.
Mm-hmm.
And I know everyone thinks regulation is this magical thing that makes the world pretty and everything else. No, it just makes it so that businesses can't hire as many people. Now, I'm an owner operator, single, one guy, pain in the butt. I have to deal with it. But now you get the big businesses, your Walmarts and what have you, they love regulation because they're rich and they have fleets of lawyers on standby. So what that does is that makes it so that the mom and pop, say the little person who says, I want to open up a general store in my hometown. Can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what regulation does. That's what it's always done.
Well, I think too, you look at like my experience was big companies hate regulation too, just differently. But I think that's the hardest thing when we write bills. I haven't wrote a bill in years now, but those are things that you have to think about. Like I helped with writing the California Consumer Privacy Act, just a portion, right? And it was an exemption for businesses to have. And some of it is like thinking like that, right? Because for a lot of companies, complying with California's Privacy Act is very expensive because of how much work and stuff that takes into it and doing that. But I think we have to have, when we're creating legislation, I do think we need to think about the smaller guys, especially when we're, electing officials, right? And to say like, hey, I'm a small business owner. What are you going to do for me? Like this bill's great, but how have you thought about how it's going to affect me as a little guy? You know,
Yeah. Well, it's hard to get rich people on a hill to think about that.
it's hard and it's so because politics is money. Like to run a campaign, it's expensive. Like our Senate candidate for Utah for the Democrat, I think she raised $1 million, which is Senate. But like there's some House district seats in the state of Utah that people have raised $100,000 for.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like who's I can't fundraise that. I've been doing this for how many years? I know I couldn't raise $100,000, but it's just frustrating because we need people on the hill that are like going to listen to the small business. And I will say for the state of Utah, it is very small business friendly.
Yes, it is. Except if you don't have any employees, then you got to pay $50.
I did not know that. Why did you? Can I ask
Another
why?
regulation. Oh, because I've got to get a waiver with the what is it, workforce insurance or
Workforce
whatever.
services.
Yeah, I've got to get a waiver. I've got to pay a waiver to say I don't have employees
That's crazy.
every year.
I just fought with them. They were Workforce Services is a great institution that does a lot of good things for some people, but man, to get my companies registered with it was a bit of a pain. I had to like call people and get help from like up on the hill. But if you didn't know people like elected officials, you know what I mean? If you're just a normal person, like it's harder to get it done. I don't know.
So,
I keep refreshing my website.
okay. So we've got the New York Post says job gains are going to immigrants and keeping young U.S. born men out of the workforce. And this is not where I originally read it, but someone poked through and picked apart the Department of Labor. And they looked at it. First of all, the government comes out and says, hey, we gained 5 billion jobs. And then a month later, let's dial that back to, substantially less. And then when you dig into it, all the new job growth went to immigrants. And look, I get it. Immigrants need jobs. I'm not saying they don't.
Here's my question, though, is what is the type of job?
It doesn't matter. So that's a new argument from the left, because that used to, from the Democrats, that used to not be the argument the Democrats made. The argument the Democrats used to make was it doesn't matter. They need to pay a wage that U.S. people can live with. And now they're saying, no, we need to have these slave wages for immigrants over here. See, that's only in the last 18 years.
See, here's my problem. This is what I more mean is I feel like let's say they come out and say, we brought in 250,000 jobs this month. What are the wages of these jobs and how many jobs does one person need to pay a 1-bedroom rent in the place that they live in? I don't like the idea of this is how many. I want to know the quality of these jobs.
Sure. Do you think immigration might have an adverse effect on the price of housing?
Right. Because like some of it too is like your immigrants are taking jobs that like most Americans don't want. You know what I mean? My mother-in-law is an immigrant and
sure, they don't want because they pay subpar.
Right.
They don't want because, they're manual labor.
Right.
Also, how many businesses out there see this and start grinding their hands and going, you got it. I'm going to lower the wage and hire immigrants because I can. So what happens is the Democrat Party specifically made that possible for them. And then it inflated also our demand side of the housing market. So house prices go up with it too. I'm telling you, I'm not trying to pick on you,
No,
but everything the Democrat Party has done in the last 4 years has been a detriment to our nation.
Yeah, and see, for me, it's just kind of like I look at these jobs because my mother-in-law, when she first came to this country, she came from the Philippines. She picked grapes in California, and like your average American would not want this job,
Probably
right?
not.
And she got paid.
Not at the wage she got paid.
No, she got paid nothing, and like they were here legally, like they did the right stuff, and like some of it too is just like you're saying, the predatory nature of some of these smaller businesses or businesses in general that are like, we're gonna get these individuals to work here. And she doesn't talk much about the time. I would be curious if some of it was a more predatory nature of like what was going on. But like, yeah, and I can't. It's always hard to say what is the causation. The causation of or the how do you say that? Like,
Correlation and causation.
yeah, what was the correlation here and the causation? Because like I think the paying of immigrants such a lower amount has been going on since the 80s.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I remember this was the message of Bernie Sanders.
But I'm not a Bernie bro.
No, but this was his message, was that immigration is the tool of the Koch brothers, and that's what's played out. So I do think a couple things to worry about. Do you remember, what are we talking about, 2015, when it came out that there was an Al-Qaeda camp in New Mexico? Do you remember that?
No.
You don't?
No.
It was a small swept under the story thing. I think it was busted by the local sheriff. And then I listened to a guy named Michael Yon. He's an ex-Green Beret that became kind of a reporter. He'd go to different war zones. And he went and did a tour of the Darien Gap. And he said it was wild to see because
oh, she was just in here.
you saw the crowd of immigrants coming through. And he said Mexicans aren't coming to America anymore. Mexico's on the way up. They're staying there. But you got Venezuelans, running away from Kamala Harris style policies. You've got, I hate to say it, but they are. You got all those. They're running away from that. And he said the Chinese were going through the same place, but they had lines built up. Like they had checkpoints and safe places. Darien Gap's a killer. It's like a little spot of jungle that is deadly.
Yeah, I read a book on it. I read a book on it that was called The Open Graves or something like that. And it talked about how like you don't think about like people from India are flying to Mexico to like take this trip.
No, they're flying to Venezuela and Ecuador and Honduras. Yeah. So then they've got to get through the Darien Gap, which is right by, I think it's either in Panama or on the border of Panama. And then they come through there. But the Chinese, they've got it different. One, they're all single fighting age men. That's one thing to note. And two, they've got waypoints that are like little military bases. And they move from waypoint to waypoint.
And the cartel protects them.
Well, the cartel doesn't need to. China protects them. China has built little camps.
Hey,
and then they
am I
get
on
here.
This show?
Yes, you're on, Holly. Holly, say hi to Katie. Katie, Holly.
Hi, Katie.
Nice to
I've
meet
been
Katie-
you.
watching the show for the first hour. You guys are awesome. I'm just checking in from the county. We still have 75 people that are still in line. Utah
Oh.
County also still has one heck of a line, but they stopped at 8 o'clock, and people that were here were able to vote as long as they made it before 8 or on at 8. And so we've had awesome turnout today. And before votes
Good.
even started today, we had almost 20,000 votes registered from our mail-in for our county out of 76,000 people. I'm way happy.
It'll
So
be curious to see what the percentage of turnout is for Tooele, because like you just think of Tooele at times as like not as politically active at times, but I do think it's changing. And it'll
well,
be very interesting to see.
we've had a couple elections. We had a 95% turnout. We've got
Did you?
excellent turnout in the generals, especially presidential. It's really, really hot here. We've opened more vote in person locations this year. I don't say we, I say our county clerk, who is the most amazing clerk on the planet, Tracy Shaw. She opened a third location this year and during the primary, and we had about 50 people come and vote that day, which she still said, we'll keep it for the general. But we're all mail in this county and have been for years. And we've got a whole line of people out there who either have to register today and bring their paperwork, or they want to turn their ballot in here. So we've got
So they
ballot
can
boxes
turn it
all
in
over the
tonight?
county. Yeah. Oh, yeah. As long as they made it by the deadline. Ballot boxes locked up at 8, unless someone was like running towards it. We've been adhering to our time, but I mean, I watched one ballot box and a guy is pulled in and he's in the parking lot, and it's 7:59. So you wait. But and that county did the same thing. People got in line before 8 o'clock. They will be counted.
So do you think Utah County is the most behind right now?
I'm not sure. I know they've had some issues, but it's all good issues. It's all people. I mean, they got more people than they might have anticipated. So that's amazing. The turnout is amazing.
Because that's what we heard down here is like he wasn't prepared, like Clerk Davidson wasn't prepared for how many people were coming. You know what I mean? And I think some of it too is right now he's coming off of like some of like his conspiracy theory beliefs. He vocally said probably before the election hurt his credibility in some viewpoints eyes, you know, with like the Phil Lyman stuff, which is unfortunate. I've met him. I didn't have a problem with him. I don't have a problem with most people. You know what I mean? You're entitled to your beliefs, whatever they may be, but as long as he does a good job.
Well, he represents everybody. This is what
Yeah.
people don't understand. You may have a Republican or a Democrat in your county. They don't just represent their party. They have to represent everybody. That's what a government has to do. So hopefully you don't have people weighing in. A county clerk doesn't weigh in on elections. They just don't. That's not common unless it's their own, you know.
No, and it was definitely a very uncommon perspective. It was very conspiracy theory, but like it was about the governor race and Phil Lyman, you know, and it's just like I don't know.
I know too well.
Yeah, you know about this, and it's just like I don't like once again, like I'm not like probably because I'm a Democrat, like for me, like Phil Lyman not being on the ballot wasn't like soul crushing.
I think that a Democrat would like him to be written in because it
You're not wrong.
actually it does help Brian King if
No,
not
you're
enough
not
people
wrong.
vote, you know.
Yeah, and I think too, like even like some people are still writing in Phil Lyman and some or at least attempting to, I believe. And it's
Well,
like
yeah, Phil Lyman is definitely getting votes tonight, and he
is he?
has a group of people and a group of support, and I know many that have written him in, and you know he's but it only takes from our party. It won't take from yours.
Right. Why do you think people want to go the third party route when it's so, like you said, for a Democrat it makes things a little bit easier, and we've seen that in the polls. But like, why do you think they want Phil Lyman, and why don't you think they just don't back Cox?
They want Phil Lyman because he was our nominee at a convention.
Okay.
And they believe in the caucus convention system, and they believe the delegates that took all that time to get to know the candidates, they believe that the candidate or the delegates made the right choice. And you know, people have their arguments with Cox, but within the party, it's not a healthy way to play. Once we have the voters' response in the primary, we should be backing our candidate that the voters chose handedly. And so I'm a big proponent of the caucus convention system. I believe in it. I think it's important. And I think there needs to be some changes, of course. But the people of Utah spoke at almost 300,000 votes for Governor Cox.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be the worst party chair for Tooele County, the worst party chair in the state, if I didn't represent the voters. My county voted for Cox.
Yeah.
Like, he won. So you have to shift gears and go from your delegates to your primary voters.
Yeah, and
not an easy road to walk down at all.
Yeah, and the caucus system is fairly new to me because we don't have it in Pennsylvania. We just don't do that. And it is a very interesting perspective for people to be so confident in the delegates to make that decision, because your delegates are your most extreme, like, members of your party.
Sometimes. I know that is the stereotype for our party. I get that it's stereotyped, that it's a lot of extreme, but I'm telling you, I am a state delegate. I'm a conservative Republican. I'm not extreme at all. I am hard on the candidates that come in front of me and talk to me. There are big issues that are important to me. Second Amendment is important to me. Freedom of speech, the Constitution is important to me. Immigration is important to me. And things like the economy, they matter. And so I sit down with these candidates in the very beginning, and I hit them with these questions. And then, they're sitting in front of me. We're face to face having these conversations, and most voters don't get that opportunity.
That's true.
And I have found they're not extreme people. These are people who are very knowledgeable about politics. Many of them are trusted by their neighbors. They're voted for by their neighbors. And I mean, the people that represent this county, our state delegates, have been phenomenal, and they've been divided. It's not the same. Like, as you see, our county didn't go to Governor Cox, even with the delegates choosing him. So again, it's tough to be a party chair and during this type of infighting.
See, and what I see from my perspective is, like, even within, like, because I'm the county chair for Utah County Dems, and like, I see it a lot with, like, even with our stuff, right? That I feel like it's the more extreme membership that does this, because these are people who are taking their time after work to go to the caucus night to sign up. Like, your average person doesn't have time to do that most of the time. It's a lot of time into that. And then you have, like, I see it all the time up in Salt Lake, where we're voting in people to be our candidates that are more extreme than I think your average voter who would want to vote for. You know what I mean?
No,
I see it on both parties, where, these are the people that are way more invested in it. And that's my problem with it.
Well, in our state, we need to come up with a way to make caucus more worth going to. And like, we took ballots from people. They had sealed ballots because we had a primary this year at our caucus. Mm-hmm. And it's important that their voice is counted and their vote. We participated Super Tuesday this year. Yeah. So we wanted to get our primary done with. I know there's people that are like, I couldn't be there. So we as a party made sure those people had a voice. You can your party chair will go pick that up. Your precinct chair will go pick it up, and we'll do whatever you need to make sure your ballot is counted. But yes, people they have to want to participate. And what we found this year is we had a lot, we ran our primary. We found that Nikki Haley got, I think, 18% in our county, and Trump got the rest. But we only had 2 candidates when we did our caucus on Super Tuesday. So we didn't have 5 different candidates. And in those caucus meetings, candidates are discussed. People walk in there saying, I want Trump. Once you establish that Trump is going to be the primary, win the primary, then they're saying, these are the issues that matter to me. And as a state delegate, you're running against other state delegates a lot of times. And you'll be asked questions. What are your views on this? What are your views on this? It's just small elections. I believe in it wholeheartedly because I'm a product of it. And I know the delegates and county delegates, state delegates, they take the time to get to know candidates, and they hopefully are reporting it back to their precinct who elected them and letting them know what they found. Our county was split at convention on the governor. I saw that for myself. It was a pretty good split, but as soon as the convention gave us Phil Lyman, the party was fully backing Phil Lyman as our nominee until the voters gave us their choice in the primary. And that's the thing. We work, as you know, we work for the voters. You represent the Democrat voters of your county. And if you have infighting in your party, it's not an easy thing.
No. And fortunately for us, we're small enough that we've only ever had a couple times where it was contested like that, where it was problems. But, you're right. It is very difficult at times to make, because there's no winning. You as a county chair, that's the hardest thing. And I think both parties, or all parties that are in Utah that have the infighting that goes on, there's no winning whatsoever for anyone at some point. It all sucks, at a different time.
It's true. And you want to make everyone happy, but it's impossible because at the end of the day, you have a job that's to be neutral up until you're given your candidate by the voter. And once the voters have said, and that's the thing at convention, full support behind Phil Lyman, because that's who our candidates, that's who won convention. But my county voted for Cox, and so did a lot, Salt Lake County. Yeah. And, we've got to support our voters. We cannot afford to have our parties implode on us, especially when we're a dominant party in the state. Infighting only helps your party. And if your party's infighting, it only helps the independents or the libertarians. It hurts everybody in some way.
Right. Well, and
we
that's
need to get along.
That's the hard thing, is I think all parties across the board, well, Democrats and Republicans, especially in the state, there's infighting going on right now in all of them, and it's just not helping in different aspects and effects. I will say for the Democrats this year, there hasn't been as much infighting this election cycle as there could have been.
Well, last election cycle, and I'm so happy to meet you, because I wanted to ask a Democrat this. I remember we had our convention when I think it was 4 years ago. I'm not sure which. It was Evan McMullen. You guys had a guy ready to go, and I would be so angry if I was a Democrat.
Yeah.
And they kicked him out and took the independent candidate. That would make me furious. So I can't imagine being a party chair in that situation.
That was the moment as a county chair.
Kale.
Yeah. Kale's amazing. Kale is absolutely. This is the really upsetting part about the Evan McMullen and Kale Weston situation. And I have been a very strong, vocal supporter of Kale Weston, and I thought all of it was just nonsense what happened. This isn't someone we're talking about that is unfit to lead.
Right. He earned the spot. He earned the nomination.
This isn't someone we're looking at going, oh my God, we can't imagine this person in this spot. And we had people, I will say this, we had people that were outside the Democratic Party who used their influence, or inside the Democratic Party that influenced their people around them to say, this was a good idea. We have to do this because this is the only way we get rid of Mike Lee. And I understand why some people will be very upset with Mike Lee. But at what point do we sacrifice as Democrats our morals?
I'm right there with you.
And it just drove me insane because, like, it was so bad at the time. My county was like, we want nothing to do with the state party after what had gone on. And it was a coup. Like, I was there that day. It was a coup because McMullen's people brought in tons of people to be delegates who, even in my county, have never ever showed up ever again.
Oh, that would make me mad.
And I got told, because I said, well, I'm not real comfortable as a county chair putting these people in. And I got told that I had to admit them as delegates. So I did. And I have talked to some of them afterwards, and they have told me that the only reason why they were there was because of Evan McMullen, and they had no intentions of ever being a part of the party. And I have to keep them. I had to keep them on my list until the next time we did delegate selection. But
so can I just ask you, are delegates not voted for? They're appointed in the Democratic Party of Utah?
so what happens is like a county like mine, I get 300 some slots. I never fill them. So there is no voting. If they show up, they get it.
If they raise their hand, they get it. Yeah, that also happens like out here at my dad's caucus night. Everyone that raised their hand to be delegate, it was unanimous. There were 12 people there. I think we sent forth 3 delegates, and they all got it.
Like, I think even like Salt Lake might be the only county in the state that has voting. But even then, it depends on where you're at.
Right, because it dominates in the
Right.
party there.
Right. If you're on the east side, it's going to be harder to get a spot. But if you're on the west side, it might not be as hard. So yeah, but no, if you live in Utah County and you show up to caucus night, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be a delegate.
Yeah. Can I just throw
appoint
out there?
Yeah.
I'm looking at this Bing.com, Utah elections, whatever, and I'm looking at the national on it. And whoa, is this tight? Now, I just got to ask, how did Trump win Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan?
Yeah.
They were all predicting that was going to go the other way because of Tim Walz.
Well, and I have on my data, I have Pennsylvania is running
Pennsylvania,
red.
But Pennsylvania is super close. I mean, look at the numbers on Arizona. They are within the margin of what, 2,000 votes, 2,500 votes. That one's gonna go to court.
I don't know how they've claimed Utah yet, because we still have people in line. I don't understand that. And our county clerk, she informed me that the state doesn't want them to claim anything.
They haven't claimed anything. I think they're just saying, we know what's going to happen.
Being just county clerks, this is my goddess of a county clerk, Tracy Shaw.
Tracy, how are you?
Very, very tired.
I'll bet you're wiped out. You still got to come on the show and talk about the thing that happened.
Yeah. I would love to do a post-op kind of thing. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Post-op. I love it. That's
post-op.
She's doing surgery over here, y'all.
No, this is combat. It's called an after action review.
So
thank you, Governor.
It looks like Wisconsin hasn't been called, and neither has Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how
But they are leaning red, though.
I'll wrap this up if you need me.
And so is PA.
Yeah. Pennsylvania is really close. I can see that one in the courts for a couple weeks.
Well, and God bless Maine. You know, they're leaning red, but they give their electoral votes over to the most populated.
Yeah, well,
vote.
they give 3 of their 4 electoral votes to the popular vote.
I have Arizona leading red right now.
Yeah,
What counties aren't in there?
by like 2 people. Apache County, Cochise County, and La Paz.
Okay, so the big ones are in.
The big ones are in.
What? Washington's leading red?
I have it called
Okay.
for blue from AP report.
Yeah.
This is the hard thing is like you get like 800 different of these news stations claiming that they've called it. We need
That's it. You know what? It's insane. I've got AP here, and we've got transcript bulletin here. And again, there's probably maybe now since we've been on the phone, I'd say probably 60, maybe 50 people in line. It's moving really fast. All the locations aren't finished yet. Ballot boxes are closed. They closed at 8, but we've still got a lot of people that are yet to turn in. So I can't imagine. And Utah County is still waiting with people. So I just don't know because I know our county clerk doesn't call races, especially when there's still people in line.
I'm
And
just looking at, I mean, they say on here, 90, like Georgia right now is leaning Trump.
I have Georgia called on mine. I'm on red state though. Where are you at?
I'm on being
yeah, I don't have
90.4, but that's still close. That's 51% to 48.3%. I mean, I imagine they're just all going to be going to court.
I think quite a few of them is going to be. Well, Pennsylvania was already in court because they wanted to not count absentee votes, and that was Butler County. The county that actually President Donald Trump was the assassination attempt.
Yeah, we know that was a day that will live in infamy for some of us.
That was my family was there.
Yeah.
At the event.
I'm glad your family made it out okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I grew up like 20 minutes from where that happened. And if you know Butler County, to know that this was going on there, just like after everything that had happened, you just like shake your head and you're like, can this, like, it's such a quaint and quiet county that you're like, why are you still in the news? Like, can you go back to just being the quaint and quiet county? But they lost. So those absentee ballots have to be counted.
I disagree. See, I'm on the other side of it where I'm like, why don't we know more about what happened in Butler County? And why were the police told to be quiet? Like Butler, and he did return back to Butler. He said he would, and he did. So he's been there twice on his campaign trail. So I think that's probably the thing. It's making him famous for the wrong reasons.
Right. And I think that's probably where I struggle with that, my home area being famous for that. But it makes me sad that, like, I think I felt really bad because you had some of the cops talking about how they were told not to do anything and like they waited for so long to be told what to do. And it's like, that's unfair. And then you have the cops, the guys that were there, like our local police were like getting like death threats. And it's like they were doing what they were told to do. Like if you've ever worked in military or like police,
there's a chain of command.
Right. And it's like
Secret Service didn't meet with them prior, and that's totally unfair.
Right. Which boggles my mind because, like, if you've ever had to deal with like Secret Service and like their protocols, like typically they're pretty like airtight, obviously, and as they should be. So it's like, why not here? Like, what was the reasoning? But
they shot at him in Florida too. So I'm seeing a pattern that our Secret Service needs to explain some stuff.
I'm wondering how Minnesota is leaning so hard towards Trump right now.
Well, only 16% has been reported. So we're probably waiting. The thing is that Trump eats up those smaller counties and those rural counties.
Yeah, but that's their governor. You'd think they would pull some weight for him.
I mean, maybe in the higher parts, but it'll depend on where, because like some of the
Well,
major.
I mean, he did let their cities burn, so
Well, and he's
maybe
not.
they're pissed off
I don't know
at
if
him.
I don't know how many people are excited to vote for him. I don't see a lot of positive people. They're voting for Kamala, but they're not excited about him. And I don't know, maybe enough
No,
people have had enough. And
he's Tim Kaine 2.0.
yeah,
Yeah,
he's a
Like
good time. I enjoy watching him because he
Like-
does give me the ick factor a little bit, but I just think it might be because I don't agree with him on anything.
see, Tim Waltz to me is very like the coach you had in high school. And, I like that he's a teacher. I think that speaks volumes for a lot of Americans. But that isn't the person, but once again, like when you're picking out like your running mate, it should be like twofolded, right? For presidential, it should be the person that balances you and then also helps you with like a group of individuals that you might struggle to get otherwise, right? So like with JD Vance is great because he speaks to more your lower income America because of hillbilly ethology. He also gets Ohio, right?
And he's a hell of a debater, and he's very smart. But
Yeah.
rural communities like him, and I think that
Some
that
of
does
them.
work. You're right.
Yeah.
But you should also pick someone who's going to deliver a state for you. Pennsylvania is a huge deliver. Like that's a big state for electoral college. So
Right.
I get why she chose him.
Well, yeah, and like the hard thing is like with Tim Waltz, he was going to bring hopefully Minnesota and hopefully Wisconsin, but we won't know. It's still pretty early on in the evening to know where this goes.
Do you think she
I'm
would have
dying
been?
to ask you. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, but I've
I'm
got to ask.
just going to
you
say, do you think she would have been better served picking Shapiro?
No.
No.
Shapiro's having a hard time with his ballots right now, I think, and the last week.
Well,
I'm just wondering, why do you think she wouldn't have been better served?
I say this as a Jewish person. Ben Shapiro, because of the faith, I think a lot of times if you're Jewish right now with younger voters, they refuse to vote for you because they feel like you endorse or support Israel because of your faith. And I think fighting that belief system by younger voters, I think would have been too much of an uphill battle versus Waltz, who was generic, your dad next door kind of guy.
Yeah, he was kind of an unknown. I mean, when they were postulating who she's going to pick when she was thrust forth,
yeah, that's what I want to know.
He wasn't even mentioned. They mentioned Shapiro. And he was mentioned as kind of the strongest candidate. And I wonder if that would have pulled some of the.
Katie, I have to know how. I feel like we witnessed a coup. I feel like they took the Democrat voter primary vote. They had their primary and they kicked Biden out. Now, am I totally wrong? Because I don't know one Democrat that voted for Kamala, not one. And she was like appointed to that. So tell me, please, what do Democrats think of this? And they're just like, this is fine.
I think I voted for Amy Klobuchar. So I might be the wrong person, but because I like Amy, but I think hard thing,
Kamala wasn't even on the list
for vice president or like president.
No, to be a presidential candidate.
Well, why? It makes. But if you understand campaign finance law, it makes sense because they have been financing for all of these years. If you understand
democracy, it doesn't make sense. And she's running on democracy. So I got to know what Democrat is excited to go vote for her and be like, yeah, this is fine. We didn't like her in 2020. We don't like her really in the polls before she became a presidential nominee. And then she gets appointed, not elected. And we
Yeah.
watched a president get basically kicked to the curb. And this is just you. I mean, we both have infighting in our parties. I get it. But I'm blown away that Democrats aren't saying, hey, Amy had a shot at this. Why not get her? She was at least on a ballot. We at least voted for
Right.
her.
I think for a lot of Dems, I think this idea of
You can say never Trumpers. You can say that, anyone but Trump. I would understand that.
I think that's the biggest thing. I think that's the biggest rallying cry for it. And I think for like, I look at it as someone who is elected in the party, right? Is like, I think they went with her because of the financial
Yeah.
requirements, so to speak, for
They
her to
would have
have
lost
access
a
to
lot
that
of money.
a lot of money. And this is the problem with our country because we campaign the moment people get elected.
It's true.
And it drives me insane because I have dual citizenship and my dad's home country, they don't do that. And I don't feel like it is okay. But I think for her, I think people are rallied behind her because they don't want Trump. And so I think they bypass it completely.
I think it's so crazy that she talks about democracy, save the democracy. We are a republic, folks. But either way, I'll use her words. And yet it's a walking irony that she's even saying it. It's crazy because don't people realize that is the way to undermine a democracy? By appointing electeds. Never before, if she wins, never before has a president gotten in like that where nobody voted for her. Nobody.
Well, I mean, they voted for her in the general, but definitely not in the primary or a primary for this situation. But no, would have she been, and this is going to be, but that's going to be the testament of today is, can she get elected by the people who before did not want her?
Well, what kind of president will she be? And then who holds her accountable? No one voted for her. I had to ask you because I have yet to meet a Democrat that's excited about her. They would have rather had Biden. They would have rather had Amy Klobuchar. They would have rather had somebody that actually campaigned.
See, and for me, like, I think she'll be held accountable by the American voters in this general election, but she definitely, and that's the thing is like we were talking about like Cox and like Phil Lyman, like it's kind of what we got straddled with, and so we have to stick behind it for now. But like, I think this is kind of an experiment to see not an experiment. I hope this doesn't become the normal, but to see what happens, for something like this.
Okay, Minnesota turned blue.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, it was all big counties there.
Yeah. That's the hardest thing is like you can't see unless you don't know the area, like Pennsylvania.
Michigan is still very much in play.
Michigan's weird to me.
Well, it's just because it looks like a glove that's throwing a dog.
Yeah. I
we literally we only need less than 30 electoral votes. I mean, my team, my side.
40?
Mine says 40.
Mine does too.
Mine is telling me 246 for Trump. But again,
Really?
some of these, like Arizona's still in play, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, but it's showing me that he's leading. And then in Maine, which is crazy.
Yeah, he's leading, but it is showing me, and it's showing that he still carries the popular vote, which I think this election, whoever wins will have to carry the popular and the electoral college to not have whatever ugliness is going to happen.
Right. This is going to be litigated for months.
Oh, you think?
Well,
like
do you think
until January 20th,
Do you think Biden's going to leave quietly on January 20th?
Yes, I do.
if he loses.
That
Yeah.
depends on if the person pushing his wheelchair decides to leave quietly. I don't know what you're asking.
Okay, that's ageist.
I think he's been in politics forever, you know.
Yeah,
He's
longer than
older.
I've been alive. Probably longer than you've been alive.
Yes. Yeah. I can't. I was born 93 to just date me a little bit, but
Oh my!
yeah, I'm very,
I graduated in '93.
yeah. Yeah, I'm quite young.
You're a baby.
Yes. But I think he'll leave quietly. I don't worry about him at all because I think reality is like I think he sees kind of the writing on the wall that he's done. Because this is the problem in both parties is we have elected officials staying in way too long. You know what I mean?
I agree on both sides. It's a joke.
Like Bernie Sanders won today. Do you know how old he'll be at the time his term ends?
I don't
88.
know what 200 and something.
As old as Mitch McConnell, the
Yeah,
turtle,
probably. Well,
or
I think
Nancy Pelosi. She's 84 years old.
shouldn't run. You know, the guy from Grassy from or not Kentucky, is he Kentucky? I don't remember. But like there's a few of them, right, that are just so old. Nancy, like, and it's like the problem is like you talk to them and it's like, well, I don't have anyone to step up. And it's like train someone. Train someone to take your job. Someone that's like under the age of 60.
They don't want to relinquish the power.
No, it's ridiculous.
They love the power. And I just saw a comedian that was really good, and I don't remember his name, but he said we should treat our elected officials the way you treat your pro sports players, to where they do what they're supposed to do and getting the people wins. But the second they don't, you decide to bench them or fire them. But if people looked at it like you would pro sports, like you would have, I mean, look what they did to Tom Brady after he didn't deliver the second Super Bowl, after he's already got so many, but because he didn't get that 8th ring, they were just like, and you're out of here. Like, no, and he was beloved.
Right.
But
Well,
it's a really good point. Our electeds should be representing the people first. And when they stop doing that and love the power, and this is both sides,
Yep.
there's so many people that have been there too long. But I think there should be certain requirements they have to meet in order to be considered, you know? But
well, the national parties don't want to get rid of them because of their ability to fundraise.
They bring in the money.
They bring in Nancy Pelosi brings tons of money in.
But I think
Mitch
that she's
McConnell
bought
brings
and paid
tons of
for
money
it
in.
because of it. I think Mitch McConnell is bought and paid for because of it.
That's
And I
the system
hate it.
we've set up. We've set up
true.
a system where, I mean, honestly, the Republicans, when they push through that Citizens United, that's awful. That's a death knell.
Okay, I'm gonna have to cut this short. I have
Yeah,
to take
you
my
go
hat
ahead.
off to be in here because hats like this aren't allowed in here, but I had to bring it because my hair's just, I've been in the snow today. Did you get snow in Utah County?
We did. I
It's
luckily work
crazy.
indoors, but I went for a short walk. I just had surgery a couple weeks ago.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I have pancreatitis again, which is thumbs up.
Really?
Yeah, I have pancreatitis again.
That
You
is
just
the
told me last week
worst.
that you're doing good.
I was doing good, and then something happened, and my body went. I think it's the stress.
You think you
I
need
understand.
you need to
Yeah, I'm
get
very
into something less stressful, like defusing mines.
I told
You
Utah
know.
County that this is my last year,
Negotiator.
that I'm no longer going to be there.
Good,
Yeah, I told them being chair,
good.
but
Then you can just be
do
a
you know how-
regular delegate.
I know, and that's kind of what excites me, and I can be a shit stir. But
Yeah.
if the party will still allow me. But question for you though before you leave us. Do you know how long until we potentially could have results? Or no idea?
Our the state has asked clerks not to release results till everybody's been through the line. But like our line is going to be, it should be done around 10:15. It's going really fast, and we're not out of ballots or anything. It's just the last check I made, I think we were at Well, my last check I made was 69 people. And then as we've been here, I'm sure that 20 or 30 have funneled through. So as soon as they're done, the clerk is going to get her staff all in here, and all the polls are closed, and they've been bringing all the ballots in as we've been waiting. And then it's go time, because with Phil Lyman, for example, anybody who wrote in Phil Lyman, their ballot will be adjudicated. So it will be or it doesn't go through the machine. The machine will kick it out. And so those ballots have to be adjudicated by eyes and, humans, and then they get inputted. I don't know if the clerk will be here late into the morning. Usually she shuts it down and picks it up early tomorrow. But I think we're going to have results tonight because there's enough to release. Like she'll have the adjudicated ballots, and she'll give us the number of adjudicated ballots that need to be adjudicated. But we'll have an idea tonight, probably by 11.
Whew. Well, that gives me hope, because I've worked on a few campaigns this cycle, and that's what's mostly giving me problems, but like physically. So I'm just hopeful that we'll have somewhat of an answer.
Our job is so thankless. I mean, that's not true. Our candidates appreciate us. Sometimes our delegates appreciate us. Sometimes they hate us. But the reason we do it, it's a terrible pay. There's no pay at all. We actually
was always
pay to
curious
do this
if-
job.
I was always curious if Republicans, like the Republican side of the counterparts, did get paid.
No.
Because I joked one time, I said, the moment I find out the Republicans get paid, I'm going that way. Because I used to work for Republicans. And so I was like, oh, I'll flip for money. I don't care. That's not true. But no.
It's a little bit. This economy is tough. Money's tough.
Yeah.
But no, we don't get paid. And we do this because we believe in it and we love it. And we believe in our platform. And, we do it for our reasons. And we hope that election problems, even the ones we're going through in our own in parties, we hope that at the end of the day that everybody will just understand. No one will understand what we have to go through, but maybe they'll be forgiving a little bit, because we're in a tough place. It's like the Evan McMullen thing. That's a tough place to be in as a party chair, because that wasn't the choice. The guy who was supposed to have that seat was robbed.
Yep.
But if you don't get your people behind Evan McMullen, then you don't have a chance.
Right.
And that's every party chair has to go through something like that, I'm sure, in every election.
Right.
This one just happens to be very contentious, this one, for us.
Yeah. I hope that you all do okay through it, and I hope your night goes well and nothing crazy happens for you.
Well, I hope the same for you. I'm sorry that you're ill. That stress is a bitch. It's a B word. Trust me, I know. I have my own health problems.
Yeah.
But I got rid of the gallbladder because that was a while ago. But that pain down in your pancreas or in your gallbladder and all that ain't no joke. That's hard to even walk.
Well, it sucks because when you get pancreatitis, they're like, oh, all you can do is drink fluids, and here's painkillers. And I'm very painkiller adverse because of my friends. I grew up in the Rust Belt, and my best friend died of an overdose. He was prescribed it after a soldier surgery, and he died. And I just won't do it. I better be dying, And so there's no real fix other than time.
Yeah, that's tough.
Oh, boy,
Jared, were you going to say something before I bowed out?
Oh, I was just going to say I'm not super stressed myself because honestly, I'm really not. I'll tell you this from the bottom of my heart. I think Harris getting in there will be a detriment to our economy and a detriment on our world stage. I think she's going to do, and no offense, she's going to do what Democrats have been known to do for the last 40 years, which is damage the economy. I shouldn't say 40 years. I should say since, Clinton was the outlier and he changed them into big business, but Democrats have been very unfriendly to small business, and they've been a disaster for large cities. But on the other side, a person who commonly talks about the collapse of the culture, I at least had better be ready for it, so I'm not stressed.
Yeah, I've never known you to be stressed about anything, though. You're the most even keel guy I think I've ever met.
You
So,
didn't see me 2 hours ago.
ah,
Oh, yeah.
well, I also was stressed 2 hours ago. I think I've been stressed for the last 6 months in a good way.
I'm not.
But
Now, I did vote for the first time this year.
I know. So
Yeah.
proud.
And
Well,
that's because I do have that glimmer of hope. Not that I think a Trump victory is going to undo the current track we're on. I think it'll just give it a little more longevity, but maybe he'll make wrong decisions. I mean, trust me, when I say I'm an independent because both your parties suck, and they both suck bad, and they both inflate us, and they both are spending our great grandchildren's money now.
yeah, and they're both warmongers, and they're both so addicted to the money and the power. And
what is it right now? We add $1 trillion every 3 months, or something like that.
Oh, that's
right
probably
now.
the interest. I mean, the interest alone is
Just
more than
drink that in for a minute. How do we work our way through this? Do we hope the rest of the world collapses first?
No, we have to gut our government. We have to Calvin Coolidge that MFR, and we have to take care of it. We've got to cut our government down. It's got to be cut down. More money should be paid to teachers. More money should be paid to our law enforcement and things like that. Why are we paying all these bureaucrats to do jobs that don't reflect on the communities they serve?
Here's
They
a
don't
wild
serve
notion.
communities. They
What
serve
if?
themselves. And I have to go because they're
Yeah,
waiting.
you head in there, but I'll continue with Katie.
Nice to meet you, Katie. I hope we
Nice
can have
to meet
you
you.
on again. I'd love to talk to you longer.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have Katie on as soon as she'll come on.
Excellent. Well, so nice to meet you.
She was kind of scheduled to come on, but then her whole pancreas the first time flared up like 3 months ago.
Yeah, I
Okay,
was in the
well,
hospital
let's
for
make a
long
date of
time.
it, and we'll do this again
Yeah.
because I think we should have you in studio when you feel like it and things aren't so crazy. And let's hammer out ideas. I love talking to people who vote differently because I always learn something, and I learned a lot watching the show before I was able to jump on. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, same here. I feel the same exact way.
Well, thanks, you guys. Have a good night. And everybody
Yep.
watching, I don't get to see comments until I get out of this, but
Well, we can.
thanks for tuning in.
Yeah. We got an Irish guy in here, Brendan McKinley. Hello, Brendan. Martin Kinsey says on Poly Market, Trump so far has all the swing states. That's an interesting thought. Well, Kamala, I was looking at it. She just had a jump. She went from, what was she at, 179 to 205. Trump's at 230.
She picked up Virginia and New Mexico.
Yeah, and we're still 54% of the expected vote, and we're still within a couple million on total votes across the US, which is extremely tight. I mean, this is going to be a down to the wire race, I'm thinking.
Katie, don't watch. It's just going to make you stressed more.
I know.
Not good for
Well,
the
my
pancreas.
big thing is my big thing, and like I told him, like the presidential election is important, but for me right now, the biggest concern I have is Utah state.
Yeah, that's why she's asking about Utah, and Utah really isn't reporting anything yet.
Our polls aren't closed yet. We still got ballots out.
Yeah, I mean, right now, what is it? San Juan. They've kind of reported something, and they're the first ones in.
There's no way Salt Lake's reported yet.
No.
I can't imagine that. They've got to be as busy as we are.
I keep refreshing because I've worked on campaigns there for a couple of the candidates there in Salt Lake. And so I just keep refreshing, praying that works out in the favor I'd like to see.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah.
don't mind you winning seats in Salt Lake. You go ahead. You go get
Thanks.
yours.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
I just watch real carefully on the couple select few. So
Well, it's such a pleasure meeting you. Thanks, Jared, for doing this show
Yep.
tonight, and
You
everybody for
bet.
tuning in. I'm sorry I'm not live with you today, but thank you for voting. So many of you are engaged tonight. I love it. It's so amazing, especially our viewers. They are so passionate. Whoever they vote for, they're passionate. And don't take any offense to any comments if you see any, because these people they've been doing nothing but politics just like us for the last 6 months. No, it's been longer. We've been interviewing candidates since December, since our kickoff of head trauma.
yeah, they can't say
Yeah.
anything worse to me than what some Republican family members would say about my crazy.
Look, I don't.
Okay, I
I
have to
don't.
go.
Yeah, we'll see you later, Holly.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
I don't think Democrats are bad. I'm a believer in Jonathan Haidt's studies, and I recognize where their elephant takes them. And look, it's very rare for people to sit down and Socratically think through why they're leaning the way they lean.
Right.
And that's on both sides. It's with everyone, even me. I have the same issues. So it's, you know,
Well, like, and I've told you before, like I used to work for Republicans. I started my career doing that. And like what I learned from it and growing up where I did and having family members, like my dad and my mom are more Democratic than I am. And like sometimes I go over their house and I'm just like, my God. But some of it too is like I can't strengthen my position and my viewpoint without looking at the other side of the glass and listening and trying to understand, like, because I'm wrong on some things, like to pretend I'm not. Like, to give you a good idea, okay, Representative Matthews, she's a Democrat.
Yeah.
I work
Yeah,
for
I
her.
really wanted to chat with her, but she had a baby, correct?
She did. She did.
Congratulations to her. If
Yeah.
she listens to this, I'm thankful that another little person is welcomed into this world.
Yeah, me too. Especially to a mom like her. But she gets a bad rep sometimes on the Hill because she isn't very. She votes sometimes not for certain environmental bills that a lot of her colleagues would like her to vote on. And some of it is because of her viewpoint of working within her community that's blue collar, that, really relies on some of these like jobs that would be considered not as friendly to the environment, right? And those are just viewpoints for her that she's taken away from talking to her constituents. And I look at that kind of method, and that's how it should be. Like, no matter if you're either an elected official or, just a friend that just wants to understand the other side a little bit more.
Yeah, I can get that 100%.
Yeah, like my best friend's libertarian, and he challenges me all the time on the things I believe. And Randy makes me a better person for it, as much as some days I want to, choke him. But, I've known him for 30 years. So, or since we were 8. So whatever that is.
Yeah. If either party thinks they have infighting, just look at the Libertarian Party for a minute. And you'll feel much more comfortable about how your inter-party politics work.
I went to a Libertarian convention. I don't remember what year it was.
The national or a state?
National.
You went to a national.
I went to a national.
Tell me it wasn't the 2015 Libertarian Convention.
I don't remember what year it was. I want to
Or
say
the
it was
2016.
I think it was either 2016 or 2020. I don't remember which.
Okay.
And
2020 was semi-spicy. 2016 was outright wild.
Well, here's the thing. My best friend tells me all the time I'm actually a libertarian. I'm a social libertarian, which she might have some valid points here, but I went there. I did not realize what wide spectrum the Libertarian Party is. And it's like, how are these people in the same party and they can't agree on these basic foundations of things?
Seriously, you're not kidding at all. Okay, well, here's the reason why the Libertarian has this big wide swath. Okay, they may not all be libertarians. They might be people who, under ideal circumstances, would be in one of the two major parties, which is split up most of our moral issues. But they fall into libertarianism because, the left-wing libertarians can't join the Democrat Party because they're too friendly to big business, or they're putting out bills saying it's mandatory you have to buy an electric car in 5 years, things like that. And they're like, we just can't do that. I can't support forcing people to do that. And on the Republican side, the big one that used to drive people into the Libertarian Party was the war question, which you're starting to see that come from the Democrats now. And you're seeing libertarians go back and voting for Trump simply because under him was the first time no new wars were started. The first time in years.
Right.
I would say the first time, well, okay, it depends on how you look at Carter's war with Afghanistan, but it'd be the first time since Carter or Reagan. Right. And so they're all, they're kind of going back in. Last night I had a show with a couple of New York libertarians, and both of them sat down and they mentioned the First Amendment questions they're getting from the Democrat Party, and that the Democrat Party maintains all the control right now. They hold all the institutions, all the media, everything else. I mean, thank God for Elon Musk breaking one part of the internet away that can at least be unbiased. And so that has that, and they both said, and they said it with clenched teeth, but they both said, we've got to vote Trump because Chase Oliver has done some things that they're very concerned with, like talking about, allowing children to be transitioned as minors. And that, I'm telling you right now, that egg is going to hatch. And that egg is going to be ugly when it does.
Yeah, and I think right now I don't know enough about the topic to have an educated opinion. Because, for me, I believe, I believe that trans individuals should exist and have a right.
Sure, 100%.
And anything past that, right? It's just kind of I don't have enough of an educated acknowledgement to
Well, let me put it like this. If you've got an outlook on yourself that is outside the norm and possibly damaging to your personality, should at any time the government lean in and agree with you and make it not just possible, but in some places mandatory, that outlook is supported. Just take it out of trans and put it into anorexic or bulimic, or someone who cuts themselves all the time, or someone who has suicidal thoughts.
Well, I think it depends on what is the definition of getting help.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. So if they were to say, you know what, you can present however you want. Timmy can wear a dress and want to be called Tammy, and Brenda can wear pants and want to be called Brendan. And that's all on the family and everything else. But right now, and sadly, I think it's because we have a pharmaceutical industry that has captured our government, which is why it's past the bar.
Mhm.
Because they make money off those people for the rest of their life.
Yeah, and you look at certain medications and we pay such a huge amount for them, and like cancer medicines, right? Like some cancer
Cancer,
medicines are like 3 grand. We have someone within the American Cancer Society that I've met. She pays 3 grand a month
it's
for
ridiculous.
her cancer meds, and she's on like I think she has a pension from teaching, and she has her like retirement, but like even still, like to pay housing in Utah and like her medicine, she's sometimes it's like she has to choose whether she wants to live, longer or to have a house or have somewhere to live, and it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. Look, you're preaching to the choir on that, but I feel like our government has been captured by these big industries and both sides. I mean, right now, the Democrats are the ones that's been captured the most because they carry all the power. Where do colleges go for? Democrats. All the media goes for Democrats. Um, you got the colleges, the media. I mean, those are the two institutions that generally feed everything. They're the ones who decide the message that comes out to our youth. They're the ones that decide the message is delivered to everyone. The Democrats have that. So they're the ones that obviously the pharmaceutical company is going to try to get on their side. Now, if they get a 12-year-old girl or prepubescent girl or boy on a puberty blocker that goes to where it delays that puberty, you're talking about someone who is, if they decide to stay that way, has to stay on that puberty blocker forever. Then they
Yeah,
have to also add on, they've got to get on some medications either to build muscle or to make hair go away or just to keep their bones from going brittle underneath them. Then,
right.
if they do decide they ever want a child, there's another little expense. And if they want to go the full shebang, bingo, we got them forever. You get that surgery done, you've got to take some medication for the rest of your life. So why
Yeah.
wouldn't they want it? I mean, that's their incentive. Now, now the Democrats also have another little, according to Jonathan Haidt, they've got that care matrix that steps in. And oh, poor little Timmy, Tammy, Tommy, Brenda, whatever, we've got to care for them. And sometimes it is harsh where the Republicans come out and say, no, you've got to say no. You've got to protect this person from themselves. And that does sound harsh. Now, me
Yeah.
as a libertarian, I would rather harsh honesty than detrimental lies.
Yeah, and see, for me, it's between a physician, parents, like my my thing with all of that, like when it comes to trans stuff and especially trans children, it's such a small population of children
Sure, but
that are going through this, and then also too, it's like
let's
it's not my it's not my story. Like I have no connection to it. You know what I mean?
sure. I agree 100%. But what happens when it bleeds over into your story, such as affecting the prices of your insurance
Hmm.
or the general insurance, or what happens, things like that bleed over. That's like, so you say it's such a small thing. Well, here's the Republican argument on the other side that's such a small thing: late term abortion,
Right.
right?
Which doesn't exist unless it's a very particular
No,
circumstance.
it does exist. It's
But
less than 1%
but
outside of
what
that very particular circumstance. It
but
does exist.
but when some people say late term abortion, it's like the last day of the
Sure,
gestation.
or
You know
8-month
what I mean?
or past viability. And
Right.
I myself am pro-life because I'm one of those hardcore libertarians that believes in liberty is obtained through responsibility. That if you make a mistake, you must live with that mistake.
But do
You
you think it
cannot.
is? But do you think it's worth like having that level of regulation where it stops physicians from making the best calls? Do you
I
know what I
don't
mean?
know.
Because what happens in like these late term abortions is the woman is put to labor, right? They go into labor, they give birth, and then it's up to that child to either live or not. It's not like a doctor is going in and like doing something malicious, right?
Unless you talk about that doctor that was actually thrown in jail, I believe, from Pittsburgh for having 179 baby murders. No. Was it Chicago? Where it was bad enough that he lived in a blue city and the blue city went, oh my God.
But that's the thing is like that's the
Because the
thing,
doctor was pulling the babies out who were still alive. And then
right? But that's criminal, right? And that's the line that we have. Because my big fear is like, we're seeing it across the country right now with some of these more restrictive abortion cases where, like, take Texas, right? Doctors are afraid to do something,
and
anything.
there are 2 women who died. I haven't looked into it. That one from Alabama, is that the one? That one was complete BS that the media just completely lied about. She went to another state to get the abortion, yes, came back, and the doctors, she came back and they hadn't fully removed everything when
Mhm.
she had it. And it was considered a late term abortion because, and she had done it she had just got into college and didn't want to have a little baby with her. That goes against my ideals of liberty is achieved through responsibility.
Mhm.
You're responsible for your actions. So if you don't want to get pregnant, you need to plan for that accordingly. However you plan for that according to your rituals and whatever, I don't care. You
Right.
need to plan for that. I'm also one of those people who believe the morning after pill should be free,
Yeah.
Well, but so, and then she went back, and then the doctors, her at the very hospital she worked at, didn't take her up and do that. And she went septic and died. Well, first she went home and went septic and then went in there. So the doctors may have argued she came in too late, or we had all this other stuff on the docket we're trying to work through. Could have been a number of reasons, but the left-wing media took that and said she died because of the law.
Yeah, and it's the hard thing is it's unfortunate, right?
Sure,
You
it
lose
is.
you lose life, and the hard thing is that some of it might be because of the media, right? Puts it out in a way that isn't factual. The other thing you have to take into, in my opinion, consideration too is just like what is, for me it's a right thing, right? Like what is your right as a woman to guarantee your own destiny, I guess you could say. And I know that might be harsh, but like we live in a country where access to birth control is very expensive or hard to get. You know what I mean? We don't do very well at maternal care.
Doesn't Planned Parenthood give out birth control?
You still have to pay for it.
So let me ask you a question on that same note. Should a man carry the same rights to be able to walk away from his family?
I mean, once the children are there, no, because there's a financial duty to that.
That's where the question gets tough, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a clear cut.
You argue for rights for one person. Now, here's my argument.
Mhm.
Your rights stop when you start impeding on something else. Because I want to swing my arms, do I have that right when I'm just standing here in my own house? Of course. But do I have that right when I'm standing next to someone who my arm's going to hit? Now, one day, this might end up in front of the Supreme Court, whether to adjudicate when it's considered a life.
Right.
And that's fine. I'll let them decide it. Because again, another thing about my wild libertarianism, my belief, I'm very Socratic with it. I'm very stoic with it, I should say. I only believe it for myself. I do not expect other people to believe it, nor would I legislate that way.
Yeah.
But by God, I would preach that way. Because if you're going to go out and partake in those activities, you need to know those activities, if they have consequences, are yours to bear.
Yeah, and I definitely can see that viewpoint. My big concern with this abortion conversation has always been imposing different religious beliefs onto others.
Well, how are you about imposing taxes onto others? Taxes are a progressive religious belief.
I mean, maybe to some. But I think taxes are what is required to be a part of society and to ensure
Are
it keeps
they?
moving.
I mean, couldn't we do something a little better instead of something carrying the monopoly on everything and then deciding who wins and who fails and how much they're going to rob from you and how much you owe them? When, I mean, I will pay the same as Tommy down the street who's getting a government grant, yet I'm not attaining the same outcome as that.
No, and I think our tax system, like many things in this country, have been infiltrated by
It was
outside.
infiltrated from the start.
Right. Well, for me, like I
Taxes,
look
that's the best lie. They have you utterly convinced. The most growth that happened in this country happened under two times. The first time between about 1840 and 1910, right?
Mhm.
And the second time happened after World War II.
Yeah.
But that growth, notice when they ramped up the taxes, that growth slowly stopped for the average man.
Yeah. My big thing with taxes, and this might just be because I might be showing my age, but it seems like to keep the most vital parts, what I mean, like our administrative buildings moving and stuff like that. You need that to keep doing those things, right?
Well, maybe that's just my encroachment on the Enclave Act speaking. Because, I would be fine with a tax levy on my city level because I can track where that's going.
Right.
County level, okay. State level,
Paying
and then you
state
get to the
taxes.
federal level. How much of the federal taxes show up to benefit me?
Oh, probably very slim. That's the thing though, is like you look at like county and like state. The state taxes I struggle to pay with because I know that our state has a massive rainy day fund that we refuse to use on all situations. And it's like, why am I paying into this if you have a rainy day fund? You know what I mean? Why am I adding?
Sure. I guess that would depend on if and when they use that rainy day fund. I would have to see how that comes into play. Like I'll bet you North Carolina wish they had a rainy day fund right now.
Oh, for sure. Utah, like for as much smack people can talk about it, we are a very well run state in a lot of different ways. And I think
Why do you
fiscally,
think that is?
oh, I think some of it is the pioneer Mormon uh, ancestry. I think because I think when you look at the LDS Church, I'm not Mormon, but from what I know from living in Utah County, there is such a huge reference to self-sustaining and having these rainy day funds. And I think the LDS Church really preaches that. And I think that is something, I think, as much as some people may or may not like, I think the LDS Church is, and that history is something that is embedded into the DNA of our state.
Oh yeah. Oh, without a doubt.
And because like my husband, his dad is like, been a part of the church forever. They came here from England, the whole 9 yards, lived in Kaysville. And like, they just talk about how they treated like outsiders, like the old time relatives treated outsiders that were moving to Utah as like, oh, you're one of those, right? And it was very much like, we don't trust the government to take care of us. They are putting our men in jail. And I think from that, they really just got this sense of, we're going to pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps. And it is quite uh interesting and courageous in a lot of sense.
Yeah, there's a lot to that, I think. Well, we know from every study done is that having a religion makes a culture happier. So that would being a happy culture will make the culture move uniformly, which will also make it run better. We also have cold winters, which keep our homeless population down, and homeless populations are hard on communities.
Yeah.
We also have churches to step in and help their community. Right now, I'll bet on my street that I live on, there's 3 or 4 people who this month their mortgage is being paid by their ward.
Right.
I can guarantee it. And that happens a lot. So there is a lot to that. I also think that, like, for real traditional conservatives, which the Republican Party doesn't represent that, part of their staple is being fiscally conservative. When they want to do something, they first open up their book and say, can we do it?
Right.
Whereas part of the problem with Democrat ran cities, part of the thing that's destroying them, I mean, Detroit was destroyed by Democrats, 100%, without a doubt. And that's because they open up their books and then don't look at them and then say, we're going to do it anyway. So they keep these promissory notes running out, and then they fall behind. I mean, you just look at the different counties in our state. Salt Lake County is a lot less fiscally healthy than Tooele County is. Just because, and there's also the more city, the more demand for different things. But
right, that's what I was going to say.
But there is, but you can still control for that. I mean, we have seen some large Republican ran cities who have.
Well, yeah, you look at like cities or states, even Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, I mean, they're Republican run and they have some of the lowest quality of life in the country. You know what I mean?
They do. And that is very true. How much of that falls back on, well, you also have to amplify. Whenever you talk about the South, you have to amplify in the Civil War.
True. That's very true. As a Northerner, I have to remind myself all the time that that's the harsh reality.
Remember, industry never moved down there. Not once did industry move down there.
Well, and that's
industry avoided it like the plague. Now they're making a come around, and it's technology that's moving down there. We're going to see Georgia's going to take over California on making movies. So technology is moving south.
Well, I think too, because it's one of those things people don't want to live in California because of how expensive it is.
How
And How,
expensive,
how can you
how
blame anyone?
ridiculous it's ran.
Right. Like I can't blame anyone for what my husband has family that moved out of California recently, moved to Idaho. And I totally had like we were talking about it, totally understand why. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because how can you have kids and say, "Oh, Junior, I'd love for you to live near me," but you can't afford the multi-million-dollar home that's a trailer. You know what I mean? Just
And
like
you're taxed to death. You're taxed at every turn.
yeah,
And California has more regulation. It's completely regulatory based why California has such high gas prices.
right.
You
It
know, so
exactly.
and that's not to knock California, but California, I mean, Reagan was the one who secured California becoming a single party state.
Mhm.
And when he did his 19, what was it, 81 amnesty, boom. It was all California, all Democrat, and it's a single party state and has been ever since. And that's the argument. A lot of people are speculating that the Democrats threw open the southern border to make that happen nationally.
I heard that argument the other day that people are convinced that Democrats want to basically have a pathway to citizenship so that they can get these votes. And I just have such a hard time buying it.
Well,
I mean,
Fetterman kind of admitted it the other day.
but do we? I am from Pennsylvania. I donated to Fetterman's campaign. I don't know if I
I
trust
like
Fetterman.
Fetterman. I like
See,
him. I like that
you
he's
like it?
just frumpy.
He is frumpy. I don't mind the frumpiness. What I do mind is I think after he had his stroke, I don't think he was the same. And I don't think we can expect people who have had strokes to be the same.
Probably not. But I mean, you need to watch the Joe Rogan with him.
I'll have to watch it. Yeah.
You're like, ooh.
See, and that's the thing though, is because like my mother-in-law's an immigrant from the Philippines. They all vote Republican.
Sure, from the Philippines,
Well, they're
from Cuba, from Venezuela.
right. And it's like, okay, so you get these like I think there's going to be, if you did immigration, a pathway to immigration, which I think we need. I think we need a better pathway to immigration in this country. But I don't think it's just going to be this like and every single one of them are going to be Democrats. You know what I mean?
Well, you've got to also break down that the one time that the Biden administration cracked down on him was against Cuban refugees and Venezuelan refugees,
Yeah.
because those guys would not be Democrat
No.
because they
Not
were fleeing socialism.
right.
And the one time they cracked down was on specifically those two nations.
Well, and it's been so interesting as a Democrat in this state because we have such a high level of migrants. And you talk to people like within the Latino community and you find out they're Cuban descent or parent, they're from Cuba, whatever, and you just find out like they don't want to mess with the Democratic Party. And then it's like, oh my gosh, I had no idea that was a thing, My
Well,
best friend
because
my best friend just texted me and he wants to tell you you're right as usual about Fetterman.
that
And
you are or that I am.
that you are. He's watching.
Oh, good. Tell him I said hi. What's his name?
His name's Randy.
Randy. And he's in Pennsylvania?
He is. He voted.
Ooh.
So he doesn't typically, well, he votes, but it's sometimes interesting. He doesn't vote in local. We had that conversation today. We're going to try to convert him to vote for local elections. So
All I've done since Clinton,
yeah,
my last presidential vote was for Clinton.
that's impressive.
I was a private in the U.S. Army, and he was the boss. And I thought, I'll throw my vote at the boss. What was I? I was, I don't know, 19,
Yeah.
and I voted for Clinton, and I haven't voted nationally since. But
Have
I
you
vote
voted in
local.
local? Okay. See, that to me is like redeemable. I don't like what, like I've said, like presidential, man, but like your local elections, like they're the most important. No. And I know for Randy, like I shouldn't say I know, but like he serves in the military. He is in the Air Force, you know what I mean? And so some of it, like I would imagine from like your perspective with like military and maybe even for his, where it's like you're kind of voting for your boss.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, and so it kind of changes the whole deal of why you might be more inclined military individuals to
And it,
vote for
and
presidential.
if he's not at home, if he's abroad, why would maybe he's not voting local because he doesn't see what local actually does. But
Right.
like right now, we need to rein in our school district up here in Tooele. They just raised everyone's freaking taxes by like 10%.
Wow.
I'm like, what?
What's the school district called? Is it Granite?
No, it's Tooele County School District up here. Yeah.
It's just, well, and they're trying to do, like in Utah County, they tried to do it for the west side. They wanted to do a bond and that didn't pass. So now they're going to try to split it to see if they can get a bond to go. But like, and that's the hard thing. Do you have young kids?
No, my child's your age.
Yeah. And so like some of that's hard too, because like for you, it's like, because we have this problem in places like Ohio, because I grew up on the border. Like Ohio votes on whether they want to raise like educational tax. And no one
Mhm.
ever does because the people that live in our area is typically older, right? So they don't see the benefit of raising it, and it puts the other younger individuals at risk, not keeping up academically.
It is tough. It's tough when you look at it, especially because every year our national report card comes out and every state, every school district, every school loses every year.
Yep.
And they keep wanting more money on the promise that they'll get better because they're supposed to be producing the future. But they always get more bureaucratic. They always get more administrators. That money never gets poured into the child or the teachers or
No,
anything like that. And
no.
so so you're looking at it. Am I going to drown under this thing that's not providing the next Einstein?
Right.
So I think we definitely need to rethink education. And I think I'm not going to lie. I think the future's in homeschooling, in bolstering that. I mean, we've got to do a whole look at, how do I put this? I'm not anti-feminist, but this is going to sound that way. So at the end of every culture, a couple things happen. Every one of them, Greece, Rome, the golden age of Islam, all of it, China 4 times. A couple things happen. Bureaucracies raise. They get to where bureaucracies run the world. Androgynism suddenly appears. Art dies. And it all has different iterations in there. It's interesting if you choose to study into that stuff. Camille Paglia, some people hate her, some people like her, but she has a couple of books on it. It's interesting reading, and but back to the schools, it feels like we're drowning under that right now. We're drowning under, they keep taking more and more and providing less. So either they're not taking enough when they initially up your taxes to make that improvement, or it's all a BS facade to pay their friends that, how many times do you have different lawsuits come out or different people fired because of nepotism, because they gave their best friend from high school this cushy job.
Right.
And that's
Hey.
in school districts and colleges everywhere.
Hey, they reported Utah.
Oh, they did. Let's see. All right. Time to go to Utah. That is a lot closer than I thought it would be.
This is bananas.
So
My
Tooele
boss
hasn't.
won.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, she did. I just texted her.
Good.
She said, I'm going to bed. And that was like an hour ago. So I just texted her. So maybe she'll wake up.
So is your
Holy-
stress level down now?
Yeah, I think I can. I think I can breathe. But do you know what's crazy? Do you see U.S. House number 2?
I will look up U.S. House. Okay, District 2. Mine says not called. What do you see?
So Nathaniel Woodward right now is leading.
See, I have him just behind by 1,000 votes. That is close.
Salt Lake County is still reporting, and so is Sevier and Tooele, but he is not in Washington. So we have quite a bit of ways, but it is much closer than
That
I
is a
thought.
lot closer than I expected.
Yeah, because the state has him ahead by 500 votes.
So what I have him on mine is Celeste Malloy at 58,886. And I have Nathaniel at 57,877.
Yeah, you must have some more than I do, than what the state's showing.
I haven't, we haven't sent a Democrat back east for a very long time out here.
He would be the perfect guy.
Oh,
But
I like Nathaniel. When
I
we
do
had him
too.
on the show, he was good.
He's great. That's crazy.
But I like Celeste also.
I haven't met her because I haven't had any real need to have dealings with her, as much as that might sound a little mean.
Yeah.
I've never met her, but I like him a lot, and I think it'll be crazy if he can do this, because he talked about when we filmed that documentary, he wasn't getting a ton of support for his race. And
No, I don't even think he has a website yet.
Right. And so if he does that, if this would happen, this would be a huge upset.
Oh, this would be a major upset. And to knock the Republican out,
yeah,
which I'm telling you right now, if she got knocked out, that would be a message to the Republican Party that they don't like how that special election was handled.
Nope.
I mean, it doesn't bother me, but I know a lot of people don't like the way it was handled. They felt it was handled wrong.
Right. The other one, I'm curious. Brian King, I have him behind by 140,000.
Brian King. Which
governor.
one is he in?
Governor.
Oh, for governor? Okay.
Yeah. And this is showing that there's 51,000 write-ins that they're going to have to abdicate. You know what I mean?
Ooh.
It's going to be a lot.
Oh. It's going to
Once
take
again,
forever.
Yeah. Let's see, Attorney General. I'm surprised Michelle Quist isn't higher, but I think Derek Brown will get it.
Yeah, he's the chosen one.
Here's the thing, and I can say this. Michelle Quist has partnered up with United Utah, but not with United Utah is not this. There's this other organization that's really trying to get unaffiliated, independent candidates elected, right?
The Forward Party, is that what it is?
Nope. It's not even really a party. It's just a group of individuals. And they were with Evan McMullen. So it's this type of people who are trying to get these third party candidates elected. And I think they tried yet again this cycle. Evan McMullen failed. And so I think they're trying again to show in this election that they can do it. And thus far, going through this, it doesn't look like one of their candidates has made it.
Yeah. Well, and that's the hard thing is, I mean, we've got a heavy capture from the two political parties. And I'm wondering, is that healthy for us?
Right. Because,
But
like,
then again, first past the post, how can we not?
well, like I said, I don't believe in the two party system because, like, with my own knowledge of other countries and stuff like that, and even how we vote in Italy, but like in Italy, it's got its own problems. But, you know, it's just fascinating to me, just some of the tactics that these unaffiliated, these third party, no matter anyone that's outside of the Democratic or Republican, what they're trying to do. And like some of the things are working in other states, but in like Utah, I just don't know how you get past it. Because the other poster child that they had was Michelle Quist and Elise Cox Van Langveld. She ran for state Senate 8 against Todd Weidlard, and Aaron Wiley was the Democrat. And people don't like Todd Weiler because of his internet personality. Have you ever met him?
I haven't.
He represents North Salt Lake area, and like he is a bit much on Twitter, but in reality, like he's great to work with. You know what I mean? On the Hill, he does things, but it seems like that didn't work out.
Hmm.
It's just so interesting. I'm just looking to see if any of their. I'm not seeing one unaffiliated candidate that broke thus far. Not saying it couldn't. State House 3 is going to be the one to watch.
Is it?
It's one of the ones. It's Cache County.
Uh-huh.
Patrick Belmont ran as a Democrat a couple years ago. He was approached by this group of individuals that said, hey, you should run as an unaffiliated candidate. We will help you. So he did. He ran. And it'll be interesting to see because a lot of Cache County Democrats know him and like him because he's a really great guy. But without having the D behind your name, are people who don't know you, are they trusting that letter to say, okay, you're certified a part of the gang kind of deal?
Yeah, that's the part that kills me is what if elections didn't have the D and the R?
I don't think they should.
I mean, that'd be interesting if people had to get to know the person they were electing. Not that it'd make a difference really, because I mean, they would still say whatever they had to say to get in there. I mean, they're applying for a job. I mean, if I applied for a job, yeah, I'm awfully good and I never miss any days of work. You know, and I'm always chipper.
Right.
That's a tough one. Man, the presidential election is freaking tight.
Right. I don't know. It's going to be.
Right now I've got 63,837,625 votes for Trump and 59,275,786 votes for Kamala. I mean, that's like in the margin of 4 million votes, 5 million votes. That is so tight out of 300 million people.
Right.
Granted, it's not 300 million voters. It's more of, 120 million voters, 150 million voters, but that is so close.
Right. This is like tonight. This is going to be the time of close elections.
And I'm serious when I say the only way we don't have big spicy outcome is if someone wins both the electoral college and the popular. But how wild would it be? Now, riddle me this. So after Hillary Clinton, anybody who leaned Democrat said we need to do away with the electoral college and just go by popular vote. And the Republicans all said, no, the electoral college is there for a reason, humana humana. What do you think the rhetoric coming out of both sides would be if Harris wins by the electoral college and Trump wins a popular vote? Do you think that the messages will flip?
I mean, maybe. You never know till you see it. I think the moment that like a state like Texas flips blue, which won't my lifetime, I think that's the moment they start going, hey, we need to get rid of the electoral college.
They might, yeah. They might, but what if, but I think tonight if Harris was to win the electoral college and Trump won the popular vote, you might see Republicans saying, we need to do away with the electoral college, and Democrats saying, no, it's there so that the smaller states are protected from the bigger states.
Right.
It'll just be hilarious. It'll be, I don't know.
No, I
I
totally
can
agree.
say that is not a Republican.
There is a huge Republican turnout this year.
There is. People are scared. And like I said, there is a huge libertarian for Republican turnout this year.
Right.
I mean, look at, I don't know, there's names that I know you don't know, but you got Rechtenwald, Dave Smith, Phil Labonte, all these guys are libertarians, and they've all gone on Twitter saying, I'm voting Trump.
Right.
And then you've also got Joe Rogan came out and he endorsed Trump.
And then he kind of backpedaled it.
But he endorsed Trump because of Elon. So he really didn't endorse Trump. I think he endorsed Elon.
Right.
And that's also, you've got people coming out and saying, I'm voting for Trump because of Gabbard and Kennedy. I guess what remains. I mean, what if they put Kennedy in charge of the CIA? How awesome would that be?
As long as it's not
Just to open it up and see what's in there. Why not the health department?
He doesn't scream, I have a ton of healthcare professional background.
You should look up the different arguments he's had in court over that.
Really?
Yes. Oh, yes.
How old is he?
God, he's, I think, mid-60s, late 60s.
His mom just died, and she was like 90.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, he's old. He's up in there.
He was born at 54, so it makes him 70.
See, he's 70 and he doesn't look 70. But you should look into some of the arguments he's had in court. He's had some bangers. He hasn't been able to touch any of the big evil. Our FDA is totally corrupt. Just, the minute the guy leaves Monsanto and gets moved into the head of the FDA, and the head of the FDA leaves and goes to be head up Monsanto, we've been bought and sold. We're in for a fun ride.
Yeah.
But he's not allowed to go after them. The government protects them. They've declared that monopoly all to themselves.
Right. It's like They get to do that because then it just defends themselves and then they don't have to worry as much. Man, this is like way closer than I thought it was going to be tonight.
Oh, this is wild. I'm telling you right now, if it plays out like it did 4 years ago, Harris wins it.
I just don't. And Nevada hasn't done anything.
I know. Nevada's holding tight to they're holding those cards close to the chest, aren't they?
Yeah. Because I don't think we're going to know till tomorrow who's been
Oh
president.
no. Oh no, we're not.
It's just mind-boggling.
Either way, we're in for a fun ride.
Yeah. As much as I don't like it.
All right.
Yeah, it looks like Ashley won. I don't like the state's website because it's like we don't have anyone that officially calls, but it looks like she won. So hopefully.
Let me see here. Oh, Twilla County's got nothing in.
I wonder if
So
got
let
anything
me,
in yet.
I wonder if I can move it to statewide. I cannot. I cannot. And Tooele County hasn't reported anything. Our county clerk really is awesome. Like she doesn't.
How long she been in the role?
What is she looking at? So she's been in the role for 6 years. I think she got in on a special election maybe 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
So she's been there a while. So she knows.
Yeah, but I mean, she was right from the start. She's the one who caught the problem with our voting machines when they did the hand count test.
That's impressive.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's definitely she's squared away. So Utah County. Yeah, Donald Trump carried Utah County pretty handily. John Curtis carried it way handily. Mike Kennedy carried U.S. House 3. Burgess Owens carried House 4. Spencer Cox. Derek Brown carried.
There are so many Democrats that were voting for Curtis.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, and when he was a Democrat governor there, or mayor, wasn't he?
He was the Democratic. He had my position, so he was the chair of the Utah County Democrats. And then when he went to be the mayor of Provo, he switched.
So he switched to become mayor?
A Republican, yeah, for mayor, which I get.
Well, I would also like to dig into that more. Like, did he switch to Republican because he felt like the party had left him behind, or the party had changed from what he was first in?
I mean, always possible.
Oh, Matt Hymas won down there. Oh, yeah. Randy Booth. County Commissioner.
Oh, these are from May.
Man.
I'm just wondering if Prop.
Yeah, Utah.
11 14 passed.
Prop 11, which one was that?
That was the school one.
Oh, okay. And it
If they're
passed?
going to Alpine School District. No, I can't see anything yet. Deseret News
so-
always.
Man, it is showing that Nathaniel is beating Celeste.
Right. That's what I'm showing too.
Oh, that'll be
Jesus.
an upset right there.
If he can do it. I remember when he told me
Okay.
that he was gonna part of his campaigning, he was gonna like go mow people's lawns. And I was like, I think
Yeah.
that's a great idea.
Okay,
And now it's
41,
like
3. Yeah, no, that would be a good one. He would have to like get out and mow lawns like all over the place. But I mean, he
Yeah, 'cause
really
that's
is a likable guy. So, okay, so
Yeah.
when I look at this Bing one, has more votes counted, Celeste pulled ahead quite a bit.
yeah, I just
But
pulled
when
up
I
I just
look at,
refreshed.
yeah,
I refreshed the state's website and she had pulled ahead.
okay.
So she probably Yeah, because I just refreshed it again to see. 'Cause there's a couple of these races, like
Hmm. Yeah, this is interesting.
yeah, like that one.
Mm.
Ashley's ahead by 800 votes, so hopefully she stays ahead.
Yeah. So Brendan from Ireland says, "Hi guys, hope all is good on election night." Me too. I really hope all is good tomorrow and for like until January 20th. We don't need any more kerfuffles or any more fires.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing too is like no kerfunkles and no just people being extra. I guess it might be a terrible word to put it, but just calm.
I think that was perfect. People being extra.
People being extra. I'm a child of my generation, my demographic.
That is so fire. No
Like, yeah.
cap.
So you know the lingo.
I know the lingo. I
I'm still
have
learning.
nieces.
I'm still learning. My brother, my sister-in-law is 20 years younger than my husband, so she's 13. And so
Okay,
sometimes,
hold the phone. Hold on.
yeah,
They
they're 20 years apart.
so either your in-laws snapped out a kid at 10 and then another one at 30,
No, so
or snapped out a kid at 20 and another one at 40.
so what happened was is like Nate's parents were married. They had him. I think Nate's dad was like 20 something when they had him. And then he married they got divorced and he married his next wife. And then they had their kids. So Nate's one brother is 18 and the other one is 13.
Okay.
Yeah. So divorce kid situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just did the math in my head real quick and I was like, whoa.
Yeah, no, they're not one of those like LDS families.
I
'Cause-
have a great grandfather
Mhm.
that had 4 wives,
Really?
and the youngest one he married when he was 70, and she was, I don't know, probably 14 or whatever. And he
Yeah.
had like 7 kids with her.
It's
The
like
guy,
and that like happens so much with these like polygamous families where it's just like you're just like holy Hosanna, because like Nate's grandpa, he remembers, I don't remember if it was his dad or his grandfather being a polygamist, and like talked about how he left like the other 4 wives for like the young hot one, basically was what he said. And it's just like I just can't imagine being a man that has like over 30 kids, you know, like just out and about. But in my family, my dad's family, when my grandparents came to this country, uh, my one grandmother, she had a child that was 17, and then there probably was a 20-year age gap between the oldest to the youngest because they had kids so young in Italy, you know, and
yeah.
Catholics don't believe in birth control, so you have that going too.
Mm.
But no, it's not for me, dog.
I don't
Well,
know. I would have liked to have had more kids, but it wasn't in the cards.
Godspeed.
I'm telling you, this Arizona, I think, is going to be the wildest.
You think?
I seriously, the numbers, I mean, they are split in half.
Yeah.
They are so close. I mean, we're talking 13,000 votes.
There's going to be lawsuits.
Oh, for real. Arizona is going to be crazy. Nevada, right so far, what's been voted is heavily Donald Trump.
Yeah. Well, even like North Carolina, I thought she would have pulled it out, but it was called for him. So I don't know.
Do you think that North Carolina had anything to do with the reporting that came out on the hurricane?
Oh, I would imagine that didn't help things.
Yeah. I was wondering, was that going to hurt the turnout or the projection?
Well, there was one commentator on CNN, John King, who I fully believe is God of elections because I love that man. He was saying that he felt strongly that some of the hurricane kind of conversation probably affected it.
Yeah,
You know,
big question.
well,
Though North Carolina is still pretty close too.
it's close, but AP called it for him.
Yeah, but I mean, that's close enough to where they could go in and argue that one.
True.
Easy. South Carolina, little bigger gap. Georgia's a close one also.
See,
Arizona, though.
I have it that they called it for him.
Yeah, they called it, but it's just how close it is.
Right.
I mean, that's just going to feed the argument tomorrow or in 3 weeks when Arizona finally tells us what the heck went on. Arizona is crazy.
If he gets PA, though, I think it's done.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's at 246. So if he gets Pennsylvania,
That's 19.
yeah, so that puts him at 256. Yeah. That'll put him at what? 255. And he'll still need 15 more, which Arizona could give it. Nevada's got 6 electors, and Nevada's tightening up. I mean, they had it for Donald real heavy in the beginning, but some more votes came in, and boy, it's still tight. I think they're expecting all Kamala's votes to come from Clark.
Because if he could get PA and Michigan, he would have it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
all he would need.
Yeah.
But if she gets Michigan, because it's only 59% vote showing,
And Michigan's still tight. 52.3 to 46. That's still pretty tight.
right? I think PA, you're not going to know because, like, with Philly and some
Oh
other things
yeah.
going on
Yeah, Philly they didn't report until
late.
yeah. Well, Philadelphia's already reported.
No, have they?
Okay. Yeah. It looks like they have. They're in the darker blue, but the Delaware, Montgomery, and Chester, they're still open, and they're favoring Kamala heavy.
I just can't. I'm just shocked that Erie isn't blue.
Which one is Erie? Let me see.
Pennsylvania. It's a city and also Erie County, but it's typically blue. It's a pretty big, like, it's pretty
Okay.
it's pretty suburban. There's a couple colleges. It's one of the probably third or fourth major city in the state.
Well, it
Um,
hasn't been called yet, and it is tight enough that it could still turn blue.
Yeah, because I'm surprised because, like, when I look at PA, you would have thought places around State College would be blue because it's not, and then Erie would be more blue. So if they get more votes between State and State College and Erie, I think that's when a rule could potentially change for her. But those other counties are very red.
Yeah. So where's State College at?
Um, let me look up. I gotta remember where Penn State is. You would ask me such a question. Because I know to look at it, but I don't know what it's actually like called. Because we have like PA
Allegheny?
has such. No, that's Allegheny's going to be
What about
Allegheny's
Cambria?
Pittsburgh. Might be Cambria.
Okay, because Cambria is blue, but it's tight, and it's still got enough votes to switch it.
Yeah. Oh no, it's Centuria College or Centuria County or Center County.
Centria?
Center County, sorry.
Center's tight, and I mean, we got 51.5 to 47.4, 81.1%. So
Yeah.
that could switch it.
Yeah.
If those
'Cause, like,
college
it's a
kids put
huge-
down their bongs long enough to get in there and vote.
Well, PA weed is not recreationally legal, it's only medicinal. So maybe they have anxiety, but like I might have right now. But
Yeah, tell me those college kids aren't partaking.
for sure, especially at State College.
Yeah.
But that's the thing is, like, it's a big college town. I've had friends that have gone there, and like, if it doesn't flip blue, I'll be very surprised.
Oh, that would be rough.
And
Yeah.
even Erie, because like Erie's blue. Like when I worked for a congresswoman back out there, we covered Erie, the county below it, and then my county, which was Mercer County. And even though Mercer County always went red, we could have faith in Erie County to kind of carry the Democrat through, which sucked for rural voters because then they felt like they weren't being represented, fairly. But it's the nature of gerrymandering. But like, yeah, I'll be surprised if Erie doesn't go blue. It'll be very upset there too.
Mm. Well, that's also, I mean, that's the curse. The Constitution said we were supposed to have how many we were supposed to have? What is it? One representative for every 20,000 people or 30,000 people?
Yeah, something like that.
And we broke away from that, and we need to go back to that.
Well, how do you like in Utah where they want to have an independent commission of like to pick instead of like your electives picking their voters, have the voters pick the electives, you know?
What do you mean? Break that down for me.
So in the state of Utah, a couple years ago, we had a ballot initiative that said we're going to have an independent committee of 3 Democrats and 3 Republicans to come up with the boundaries for our districts, right? And your Republican legislative didn't like it because the voters said, yes, we want this independent committee. We're tired of gerrymandering.
What?
Well,
Utah Republican state senators went against the vote of the Utahns?
yeah.
Tell me more. I have
Yeah.
never heard of such a thing.
Yeah. So they did this thing, the representatives, and they basically were like, we're not doing that. So they picked these maps that weren't a part of the independent committee. There's actually been a lawsuit. That's what Amendment D was about, was because the legislatives was trying to get rid of having to use these maps. And so it'll be very interesting next time around we do voting, because I think the districts are going to change again. But yeah, no. So hopefully we'll have something that's more representative of what people want versus what our electives want their voters to be. You know what I mean?
How would it be?
It would be very nice. It was very interesting. I listened to a Republican. His argument for why he felt the legislative should get rid of it was because he said the reward of a party being the majority leader means that they get to decide what the maps are. He said that's the reward. And he said, you've kind of taken away our reward. And never have I ever been so disgusted to think that that is a reward for our legislatives, some of them. You know?
You would think it would be something like to give a voice to the voters. No. Look, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that this is the system we have, that we put our trust in these leaders that make themselves wealthy off of us.
Yeah. No, it's true. A lot of them do.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, okay. So Pennsylvania's got 90.3%. Dude, Michigan's still at 61.2. Oh, that's heavy.
Wow.
Wisconsin is at 85.9. Arizona is only at 50.9. Nevada's at 75.1, and that's close. Though I think Arizona is, you couldn't get closer than Arizona right now.
Right.
You just literally couldn't.
Well, it looks like the GOP is going to control the Senate.
Yeah. That's the first time in how long?
In a few years.
Yeah.
Not so much results on the House yet, though, but we will see.
Oh, wild times ahead.
Yeah. Now we just keep moving and grooving.
Yeah. You know what? I mean, I lean on things that are going right, that the government's not, let's say, that they're not, I'm trying to figure out a nice way to say the R word, that they're not doing that to me with, and concentrate on those things.
Yeah, it's been interesting because, like, in my space, it's like people are like, "Oh, if Trump wins, should we immigrate?" I tell my
Immigrate.
husband, yeah, this is to
Immigrate to
another.
where?
Well, I mean, I have dual citizenship, so I can go anywhere. But I hear it a lot in my
I
party.
mean, where are you going to immigrate to?
Me,
Yeah, where's your dual citizenship?
Italy, but it's
Italy. How's Italy doing?
we have our days, but like
You know,
I'm not saying I
the
would
food's a
immigrate
lot healthier. I mean, maybe I'd go there just for the healthier food. But
for sure.
really,
But you
where are
hear,
you going to immigrate to?
oh, I'm not going to immigrate anywhere because my husband won't let me. But
But I
um,
mean, even then,
yeah,
where is there to go? Yeah, it's like
right,
Churchill said, yeah, our system sucks, but it's the best sucky system around.
right. When
You
you hear
know,
that, you hear that a lot though within Democratic circles, is people
oh,
are
and they've always said that. Let me tell you why that doesn't work, especially on Republicans. When the movie stars say that, they're like, that just proves that you're unpatriotic and un-American to start with.
right.
You know,
Yeah,
I haven't heard one Republican say, "Oh, Beyonce says she's going to leave. Oh no, we got
right,
Taylor Swift says she's going to." No, that just means that you were just a grifting hack from the start,
right.
and that's
Yeah,
how Republicans see it. So I hope this message gets out to them. Not that any of them would care to watch my ugly ass, but that's what we see when we hear that. I'll
yeah,
bet that's what half the Democrats see, and every Republican and 95% of the libertarians. They just see someone that's just a grifty hack.
yeah. And I think it depends on what your biggest concerns are. Is it things like we've talked about, like abortion, healthcare, or is it because of LGBTQ rights or whatever? But the other thing is too is that, like I've said from the beginning, the president does not control as much as we'd like to give them credit for.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and that's what gets my gears, because it's like they just don't. And so why would you, based on that? You know what I mean? Like,
Was there any federal law laid down when they knocked the Roe versus Wade back to the states? Did any federal law come down? Some states went further than Roe versus Wade ever did.
you mean like in protections?
No, well, on anything.
Yeah,
There and it's not supposed to be. That should be a 10th Amendment right, honestly. Honestly, I think we should let states do what they do, and then people shuffle themselves within those states.
right,
You know, like you want abortion, okay. Colorado is not far away.
right. And I think some of that
And
too.
Colorado's and any Coloradoan that doesn't want abortion, Utah's right here. And then you shuffle around and then you get to try stuff. You get to see what flourishes your society and your economy. And then other states can look around, like California right now, under this mass where we've been forced into this national compromise on everything. California is allowed to be schizophrenic, and every other state has to bail them out every time we turn around.
Yeah,
Right? Pennsylvania is bailing out California for being a schizophrenic nightmare. And instead, if California was forced to live with the consequences of their decisions, they might say, hey, I'm going to look at Nevada. What is Nevada doing right? I'm going to look at Oregon. What is Oregon doing right? Arizona. I might even look further inland. Look at Utah, Colorado, Idaho. What are they doing right? Why is it that California is losing all their population to where they feel the need to strip the brains out of South American populations to where they're just going to die on the vine? We're going to see all sorts of trouble happening down there in 25 years because you can't strip anybody who has any initiative or brains and bring them up to your place and expect that place to flourish. You just can't. It doesn't happen.
yeah. No, and I definitely think it'll be very interesting to see what happens with California, because some studies have shown that, like, this idea of this mass migration out of California isn't real because people are, happy to move there. And I can understand why people would want to live in California for a beauty perspective. You know what I mean?
Because it's God's gift to humanity.
I think California is beautiful, but that's
It
just
is.
like,
It is. It hands
like,
down.
it's like-
It is the most beautiful place on the whole planet.
right. And that's like the hard thing is like, but I hear what you're saying. And so but yeah, I don't know. Oh, they're showing our, what's his name? Our, oh, frick. The other Kennedy, the one that his family doesn't like. No, not JFK.
That'd be a rough lawsuit.
Oh gosh.
You'd have to go back in time. You'd have to tell the CIA not to do it, and then hope he's still alive. And
Yeah.
and he was riddled with all sorts of addictions, so I
Yeah,
doubt he would be.
they just showed him on the television. He's there. It looks like Trump might be coming out on the stage, maybe, because they said he's been that JFK. They're not JFK, but that one, RFK. God,
You're
my
talking Robert Kennedy?
Robert Kennedy. Yeah, they just showed him on the television. He's at headquarters. He's out talking to the people. So maybe Trump is going to come out soon because it is way past Trump's bedtime because he is an older gentleman.
He is. But man, that guy, I think he doesn't slow down.
He has slowed down since you look at like his talks during 2020 and like also like 2012 or 2016. Like he has slowed down and it is sad. You know what I mean?
You've listened to people talk and like,
What I base
don't
it off
know.
of is like the chirps that he used to do during debates.
What's that?
The chirps. Do you know what chirps are?
Uh,
Might be a Canadian hockey thing, but chirps are kind of like this idea of like you're quick, like
oh, you may, well, he's definitely slowed down from then, but
yeah, because that's
also
what
I
I see.
wonder, could it also be because the party's behind him now, so he's probably getting more input from party specialists?
That is very possible. They might be telling him, "Hey,
Hey, you need to
can't."
calm down.
Yeah, because you can definitely see that beginning of debates. It seems like someone has like really like sat on him a little bit to how to act a certain way, and then like when he debated Kamala, like she kind of baited him,
Uh-huh.
and
And after that,
it was game over.
he got a subordinate ass chewing after that.
Right. You knew as soon as he got back to that green room, like someone was yelling at him,
Yeah, some group.
Yeah.
They were probably like, "What are you doing? Don't let her bait you into that. Don't." And so he came out.
Yeah. And like that's the hard thing is like you look at that and I could definitely see that. He's definitely more people behind him that might
Well,
be making...
this is the first time the actual Republican Party is behind him.
Yeah.
Because the Republican Party, they pretty much had a civil war over him.
Well, they got rid of their RNC leader, put the other Trump girl in. You know what I mean? Like all they went like you had the Romneys being like, he isn't a real Republican, and then they went, yeah, he is now. You know what I mean? And like cleaned house.
The problem is the Romneys haven't been real Republicans. They've just said this is what the Republican Party is. The Republican Party people don't agree and haven't agreed for a long time.
Do you think that they're like the Romneys are like Reagan Republicans?
No.
You don't.
I think they're Bush Republicans.
I could see that.
They're neocon Republicans. Reagan was, for all of his pluses, he has a handful of minuses. Reagan had all the instincts of he had all the instincts of the conservative small government Republican. He just couldn't follow through with it. Of course, there was the whole Cold War going on,
Yeah.
and that decision was made more globally on how our country was to run. I mean, the way we beat Russia was we became a global economy,
Right.
and Russia couldn't compete with that.
No, still can't.
No. Yeah, Russia, man, talk about a pickle.
Russia,
Biggest country on earth, and 85% of it's frozen year round.
yeah, I was watching something recently and they were, because I feel very strongly about the Ukrainian war because I have friends that live there and in Ukraine, and to hear like Russia is just struggling to get like people to sign up to be in the military and they're just running out of people, so now they're using like North Korean soldiers.
Well, and look at Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine is wrecked. They've lost a generation.
Right.
There's videos of them out on the street kidnapping people with Down syndrome and conscripting them.
Right. Well, and that's the hard thing is that's what war does. War takes. You served, and that's the hardest thing sometimes with it is this is why once again I feel very strongly that your president does so much, but your local, your state senate, your house representatives, like these are the people who decide if we go to war, or at least should, right?
Yeah, should. They haven't since
Right.
45, but they should. The question is, well, there's multiple questions. Like, if you look at this dispassionately, did Russia have a choice?
To invade?
Yeah.
I mean, I think you always have a choice, but
Look at it dispassionately. What was Russia's initial aggravation that drove them to, first of all, take Crimea, and then to bolster that by taking the highway that connects them to Crimea?
right.
Remember, was it 2 weeks before Kamala Harris went over to a speech in Europe? I think it was in Germany, and on stage said, "We're going to get Ukraine into the UN."
Right. And some of it's that threatened because, same thing happened with Finland, right?
Well,
Finland,
maybe
Finland-
but Finland's not as important because Crimea is the Black Sea. That's their only year-round warm water port.
True.
That is it.
Yeah.
They've got nothing else to not just project militarily, but economically.
Mm-hmm.
That means they have to ship everything through Europe or through China and pay all those tariffs en route.
But didn't Crimea vote to stay with Russia?
They did, and Ukraine invaded them. That's a little unknown part. I mean, the Azov battalion was built not for no reason.
Right.
You know why the Azov battalion had to be recruited and built?
No.
Because Ukraine outlawed the Russian language. And when they did that, most of their military defected and quit. So they had no military. So they said, hey, we got some ruffians in the West. Let's go hire them.
Right.
Essentially went to a militia and said, hey, you've been called up to the big leagues.
Yeah.
So
see,
is Russia correct for doing it? No.
right.
But if you look at it dispassionately, can you see why they did it?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's so hard because you look at the loss of just life within it all.
Oh yeah.
Because that's my big thing. Is like that's why I struggle a lot with sometimes these wars we go into. There's some wars that are justified, but like sometimes it's just like, why did we do this? And like I was saying, like these people, in Congress, they vote or they should vote for the wars, but like most of the time they don't got family in the military. Like these are kids that are boots on the ground that they don't know.
God, I need to put Fortunate Son on my sound bar. I'd have kicked that off right then. You know what Fortunate Son is. You're not too young for that, are you?
No, I might be a little too young for that.
Oh my gosh. You don't know what Fortunate Son is?
No.
That is sad to hear. A little bit of Creedence Clearwater Revival. I'm technically too young for that, but that was a Vietnam era song.
Yeah, see, Vietnam would be. My grandfather served in Vietnam.
Yeah. That was my father graduated high school and Vietnam ended in the same year, or roughly.
Probably around the same age as my grandfather, though, because what year was that? Probably like 60,
No, 74
74. Oh,
was when Vietnam ended for us.
okay. Yeah,
Vietnam had to keep fighting because then they had to fight the North Vietnamese, and then China invaded Vietnam. China invaded North Vietnam, and then Cambodia invaded because it became a proxy war between China and Russia. Vietnam was rough for a while.
right. Them and Philippines both in different eras. But yeah, my grandfather, he served, I don't remember what year it was, but he was in Germany. They were preparing him to send him off. And then that's when the US government decided not to send like new boots on ground. They were just going to keep doing what they had, or at least what skill he did in the military. They decided to.
Jordan Lott jumps on and said, "Yo, Jared, News Nation declared Trump the winner, I guess.
Hmm.
Is it
I
going
don't
to
know
get
how they could
spicy?
do that.
Let's see. Okay, I'll go to News Nation.
I don't know mathematically because I'm looking at it. Isn't News Nation like a Republican owned media source?
I don't know. Probably read it for a few minutes and figure that out. But let's see
Yeah, they
here.
do have them projected to win.
Do they? Oh,
Yeah.
but I still go to that
I don't.
argument. Hey, Jordan, thanks for the
Yeah,
info.
yeah, they
If it's
do. They have him. They have him
and
at
right now he's
popular,
sitting
but
on the
like
pop. Go on.
because they gave him Pennsylvania, and I just don't, knowing what I know about Pennsylvania. So I'm looking
Well,
at
you've
this. They
got
gave him Pennsylvania.
90.8 in, and he's 51.2 and 47.8. So if there's not that difference available to be made, then yeah.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah, I just
Michigan,
struggle with
Wisconsin.
their accounting.
Well, hey, I mean, either way, this is so close. This is going to be argued like nobody's business. Yeah, it
Right.
says election night 2024. Donald Trump projected to win. They're not breaking down why they think so, but yeah, I think you're right. It is Pennsylvania. And I mean, that depends on how close that is there in Pennsylvania, for sure. Gosh, 90.8. That means that could be just one county finishing off. Let's look at it deeper. No, there's still a lot of open counties.
Right. That's the
Even
problem.
some
There's still
open
like
blue
10%,
counties.
which really, yeah, there's 10%. Like some of it, he's only
Erie's
ahead
tightened
by
up a little bit.
180.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is a
like
tight
from
race.
what I know of from what I know of Pennsylvania growing up there and working in politics there, I don't think he's won Pennsylvania yet. I'm not saying that it can't happen. I don't feel that strongly looking at the map at this time.
The crazy thing is if he keeps on this popular vote, he also gets 3 electors from Maine, which Maine did that. Well, I don't know. Maybe I kind of agree with Maine doing that split voting. I don't know if I'd have done 1 to 3. I think I'd have done 2 and 2.
Yeah.
Oh, Maine. That is interesting. It's interesting
Yeah.
how the coasts break up too.
Well, doesn't who is it? Nebraska do the same thing?
Let me have a look. Yeah, Nebraska does it.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's all red.
except Nebraska splits it different. They
They do
split
by
it
congressional.
by it looks like their votes. So Nebraska
Yeah.
still sticks to Nebraska. So Nebraska's giving 4 to Trump and 1 to Harris because Harris received, past a certain post, it looks like.
Yeah.
But Maine gives it to the popular vote.
Interesting.
So they give one of their electors to who their state voted for, and 3, I don't know if it's 3 to who gets the popular vote or 3 on a pass the post thing.
I'm waiting to see.
I still think Arizona's going to be the spicy one. Holy cow, Arizona is so
I
close.
mean, yeah.
You couldn't. Yeah, that's razor's edge close. Nevada's close too.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Not Arizona close.
that's why I have such a hard time saying he won, just because like AP hasn't reported it to 1, and then he needs PA, and then if he gets PA, I think he might have it, but he might need just a smaller state like Michigan or Wisconsin to claim it.
Yeah.
Or Nevada.
Oh,
But if he gets Pennsylvania, it's dead. But we're not going to know. We're not going to know. Because you have to remember, too, right now you're looking at 1:30 in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
There.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
It's
the likelihood of them still working, is slim to none.
Oh, it's crazy days. Crazy days.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wild. Well,
I'm gonna cut you loose. I've had you on here now for a couple hours. Thank you. Okay. Jordan says a few more things. How did the governor's race go in Utah? It looks like Cox won. Jordan says projected, not declared. I meant to say the electors still have to count on December 17th, I think. It's interesting about the Electoral College. Yeah, you're right, Jordan. I'm waiting to see how this pans out. I mean, I think I don't want to find out, and I did vote for Trump, and I do want Trump to win just because I'm scared of the rhetoric that came out of the Democratic Party this go around, or at least the Democratic Party leadership. But man, in an alternate universe, I'd like to be able to peek my head in and see what the rhetoric looks like if the tables turned. Wouldn't that be fun just to see if people have standards and or if they have, if they're rooted in what they believe, if the tables turn.
I could agree.
Yeah. Well, Katie, as always, it's wonderful to chat with you.
Yeah,
I
you
hope
too.
you get feeling better.
Thanks.
I really do.
Yeah, pancreatitis sucks, but this is a good way to spend election night. I was going to spend it up in Salt Lake with the Black Caucus, because they always have the best parties and the best food.
Oh
But
yeah,
this is a good second. So
yeah,
all
yeah.
right.
And we need to have you on to talk about what the Blue Collar Caucus brought out and what they talked about.
Yeah, so I didn't actually end up going. I got sick. But that's
dang
why
it.
I got you in contact with Ashley and Representative Clancy, so that maybe that they could. I told them it's like he really wants to talk to you guys, so feel free to reach out to them. They'd love to come on.
I will
and do that.
Yeah, just to know what plans are in store, what motions are going to put forward, and maybe be able to lean on them and help them hone their ideas in.
Right. And I know from talking to Representative Matthews and Representative Clancy, this meeting was really about like talking. They had 6 people there, and they really wanted to hear from like people in the state, kind of what they see the blue collar community needs from Utah legislators.
Can I throw out a comment then?
Yeah.
Initially,
Yeah.
don't have the meeting while they're still at work.
Yes. I think that is a very fair point. We did talk about that.
I'm like, I mean, I had gotten out of work, but I didn't have time to get there. So
Right.
that meeting needs to be held later. And it's time for them to start using this 21st century thing we got called the internet and
Right.
start having caucus meetings on Facebook Live. And
Right.
and they should be able to be open to anyone,
Right. And I believe this one is, I don't think that's the problem. But no, I agree with you. And I do think they would really appreciate and love to hear both of your thoughts and recommendations, especially from someone in your perspective. You have a podcast, you have, the technology, but then you also have your own business, that's blue collar. You've been doing it for years.
Yeah, I'm very blue collar. In my
Yeah.
real job, I'm also blue collar. I'm an industrial mechanic.
Right. Yeah. And that's Representative Clancy's a police officer down in Provo. We love him. And then Ashley works for UDOT, and so to have representatives on the Hill, like the two of them, and Representative Clancy's a Republican and I love him. They, from both being young blue collar people, we don't have many legislatives up there that are. Most of our legislatives are doctors, attorneys,
Well, I will
business
say
people,
my legislator, Bridger Belinder, he's not mine. He's the next door. He's actually Holly's. He's a business owner, but it's a blue collar business that he worked his way up in.
Okay.
And then the other one, Tim Jimenez, which is soon to probably turn over to Nicolene Peck. She's not blue collar. She's mom collar.
Yeah.
But she's an interesting one. She's a very interesting lady. A lot of work around children from that one.
Right. And that's, to be commended too. But yeah, no, I definitely know that the two of them are always wanting to listen, especially with the legislative session coming up here soon. Like a lot of your elected officials are thinking about, well, what bills am I going to run? Because the American Cancer Society, I shouldn't say we, but they are talking about it. I'm still helping out with the organization. in my capacity, but we've had a conversation about what bills we would like to see run this.
Good. And I love to see caucuses that go across the aisle that have both parties in it.
Right. And I think that that's what makes the Blue Collar Caucus so special, is because it is a Democrat and a Republican, you know what I mean, that's running it.
That's fantastic. I would love to see more. I would love to see, more honed in on areas where they can come across and say, hey, we need to, because let's at least work for the best. If you're going to rob me blind and not kiss me after, at
Yeah.
least do it for kind of benefit.
Right. And that's the thing is like your elected officials should be listening to you and hearing you out. That's like one
What
of the
a
most important
novel
things.
idea. That's a crazy notion.
I know it doesn't happen very often in sometimes our state and even federal a lot, but no. So yeah, feel free to reach out to them. They would love to come on and talk about it. But that's what I do know happened.
I would dig that. I would dig that. And I'll try to be easy on them about the times they hold it. We need to have it when blue collar people can show up.
Yeah.
But I think if they did it online, I think that's the way we need to start doing it, especially on a statewide thing like this. Do it online, advertise the crap out of it, and do it often, even if it's just a 30-minute thing to get on and say, give me your thoughts on the blue collar. What can the legislature do to help this out?
Right. No, I agree.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll share that word with Ashley when I talk to her tomorrow, and I'll see Representative. They're coming down to Utah County. You're more than welcome to come. We're doing what's next in Utah politics, because we were going to do an election night watch party, but Utah County people said we would rather stay home and do our own thing, which is fine.
Yeah. Build the bunker.
Right. And so we're doing an after politics event, and they're going to be coming and speaking. So feel free to come and join us there.
Good. Oh, well, I'd love to. It depends on, of course, what day it is. I go back to work on Thursday, and then I don't see the light of day for about 2 weeks.
Yeah, pass. No, it's not till December.
Okay, December, I might be able to make it. Let's plan something like that. But Katie, you've been awesome. As always, you're a rock star.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, let me know if you need anything from me. I'll be around.
I will. Hey, and if anything I can do to help you out, let me know.
Will do. All right. Have a great night.
You too. Bye-bye.